You hit tolls? I hit
did.
tolls. Yeah.
I did. Okay, it uploaded.
I'm not sure what the delay is on this, but we may be live right now.
Oh, hi.
I don't know yet. We'll see.
Oh.
We're live. All right. Hey, guys. How are you? Not quite sure what the delay is, how long our delay is. Oh. Okay. We're about 20 seconds ahead of you guys. You're seeing future Squeegee and Jules here. I have Jules, and this is Scott's equipment right back here. And we will be chatting with you guys. Sarah Boone is scheduled to go on around 1:30 today, 1:30 or 2. We're not quite sure. We think 1:30. Some people are saying 2.
No, it's 1:30 on the docket.
I thought so too, but yeah, some folks in the chat are saying 2 o'clock.
No,
so.
It's 1:30 on the docket.
Okay, so we'll go with that. And you guys can hear us. Everything's cool. OnlyFan, thank you. Denny Dawn, thank you. Julie, yes, and see them. Audio is great. Marley Mum, cool. All right.
Oh, I'm glad you could see the chat. I can't.
Is that?
I'm blind as a bat.
You can't see that?
If I stay this far away, I can.
Maybe if I hold it like
That's
that.
too far.
Too far. Hey, Dwayne, how you doing?
Therapist, hi. I can't see. I can see her because it's blue.
It's blue. Okay. Well, if anybody has any specific questions for Jules, I will read them over to her.
Yeah, good idea. I'm going to take my.
It's warm. I know. It was like cold this morning.
Go stand outside, though.
I know. Should I open up the windows?
No, because then it'll come on the stream.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's 57, 50, 58. But it was 41 when I woke up this morning.
I don't know what it was when I woke. I woke up at 5. I know it was 68 degrees in the house.
That's pretty chilly.
So, yeah, I don't use heat. I refuse.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, here we are at Sarah Boone, everybody. Her sentencing is today at 1:30. Are you comfortable? I'm so sorry.
No, I'm fine. Talk to your people.
Yeah, so we're here for Sarah Boone's sentencing at 1:30. She is facing up to, 22 years to life by Judge Kraynick. He has the control and power now. Sarah does not. Jules came. She drove, and she's here as well.
Took me 3.5 hours, folks.
Took her 3.5 hours. I came in yesterday, and some of you saw my live stream from the tiny homes. Jules did a lot of driving today.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So Sarah better make it worth my while.
Sarah better make it worth her while.
She better act up in the courtroom.
Yeah. And if she doesn't, somebody should.
I'm not going to. I'm going to be very good.
Oh, Trial Junkies United. Objection. Jules says quit fussing.
Who's fussing?
I don't know.
Who said that?
I'm fussing. No, Jules says quit fussing. I guess I'm fussing.
Oh.
28 degrees in West Virginia. That's pretty cold. 18 in Northern Illinois. KT. Ooh, blue giraffes, that's cold.
Who's got snow?
Who's got snow? Yeah. I know Buffalo got snow. And
I know my sister-in-law is snowed in.
Yeah.
And she had a 1 o'clock appointment at the doctor's today. I don't think she's going to make it.
Yeah. Little Miss and Dwayne, you guys must have gotten some snow. I know Michigan got hammered. Erie got hammered. Painesville, I've got some family and friends east of Cleveland, and they got hammered. So, yeah. Oh, she's down for 25 or so, not life. Huh. Well, this morning they said 22 to life.
22 to life.
Yeah. OnlyFan, it was 22 to life. But we'll see. We'll find out.
I think, what do you think, Chris? I think depending on what she does or doesn't do, I think Judge Kraynick, in a very nice way, because you know how polite he is.
Yep.
I think he's going to slam her really good, but he's going to do it in such a way that it's not going to come like Judge Kraynick is no Judge White.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So I think he's going to slam her, but he's going to do it very graciously.
I agree. Yeah, he, I think, let's see, let's just say round it off to 20. Let's say 20 to life. She's 47, 48. So if she gets 30 years, that's essentially a life sentence. She'll be 78.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, basically.
Yeah. I could see her getting 30.
Because don't forget, They offered her 15,
Yeah.
and she turned it down. And that's a slap in the judge's face, in everybody's face.
You think? I can see the family for sure, but the judge, you think that's? I don't see.
She should have taken the deal
And not put him through the
and not,
the trial. I got you.
yeah.
Yeah.
She should have taken the deal.
Yeah.
Now I think he's gonna slap her, because that's gonna be another reason why he's gonna slap her. Like, you could have only gotten 15 if you would have taken the deal.
And 5 years served.
She'd be out 8 to 10.
Yeah. Yep. Rachel B says, I hope at least he has some comments for her. Oh, I'm sure he will.
Yeah, but he's going to be nice about it.
He always is. Yeah,
he always is.
Yeah, he's not a jerk. No, I agree.
He's not.
Yeah. So therapist, her face in this still shot brings out the punching mood in me. Yeah. I think that was during the trial, right? We got that from Aaron pulled that from her trial when she came in. Throws papers, punches Sarah. Rachel. That's funny. LWLW, does anyone think she can get life, or is that too appealable? That's a good question. I don't think
anything is appealable. I mean, they've already put a motion in for a new trial.
Yeah.
They're going to start the appeal process the minute the sentencing is over. I mean, he's going to appeal on the grounds. One of the grounds is the quote unquote outburst that the family made during closing in front of the jury. Mm-hmm. And what was the other thing? There was 3 things that he's going to use as grounds for appeals, but that's normal. Every defendant automatically files for an appeal.
Yeah,
that's just standard procedure.
Yeah.
And it'll take years and years and years before it's even heard.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
and only less than 4% of appeals are granted. Less than 4%.
I can see that.
Yeah,
I can see that. It's so rare that somebody actually wins an appeal.
Very rare.
Yeah. So for that specifically, because why would it be on the table? LWLW. Does changing the story every time give her extra years? I hope so. Yeah, I mean, if it's appealable, why even have it on the table? So, meaning if the question was, if she gets life, is that appealable? Why even have that on the table as a sentencing if that's going to be immediately appealable?
But everything is appealable.
Agreed.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. Even if he sentenced her to the minimum, she's going to appeal it.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah. And you're right. Everything is, that lawyer looked at me the wrong way. Appeal. Or that juror was, giving me the stink eye. Appeal. So yeah, you're right. Everything is appealable. Yeah. Oh, OnlyFan asked, will Jules be speaking up for Sarah Boone?
Why would I be speaking up for her? No.
Blue Drafts. I think Kraynick stressed to her that the minimum would be 22.5. He will double it and sentence her to 45. All right. Blue Drafts. You thinking 45? I could see that.
There's no way he's going to give her the minimum.
No, I don't think so.
No way.
I think at least 30. At least, if not more. I could see 40. I could see 45.
I could see 45.
Yeah. Afton Forward says, I think you're starting a new job. I think I read earlier. What they filed isn't an appeal; it's something else.
Yeah, he filed for a new trial.
Yeah, and didn't she want to interview the jurors, or was that?
Yeah,
that was her too, Ashley and her. Right? Yeah, both of them.
But Ashley's actually happened.
Yeah,
they did the juror interviews.
Yep. Trial Junkie United. Jules looking good today.
Oh, thank you.
Jules is very uncomfortable right now because she's like at an angle, and I got Scott's equipment there. So.
I'm fine. I appreciate the compliments. I'm very insecure, so thank you.
Marley Mum says she gets an automatic appeal. Yep.
Yeah.
Wendy Williams, hey folks. Care Bear 05, hi everyone. In reality, how much actual time do you think she will do? Well, it's not parole. She's not getting parole.
Well, if he only sentenced her to 40, say, let's throw 40 out there. Okay. Right. If he sentenced her to 40, she will be eligible for parole after she does 85% of the sentence. If he sentenced her to life without the possibility of parole, then no.
That's it. Okay. So when you get like say 40 years, there's automatically parole within that, or 20 years or whatever it is.
But you have to complete 85%
Right.
of your sentence before you can go up to the appeals court.
Right.
Not the appeals court, the parole board,
right.
and state your case on why you should get out early.
Mhm.
And it's up to the parole board.
And they never granted the first go around.
Never.
Yeah, just like appeals, it takes years and there's no guarantee.
Yeah.
So Care Bear also had so she said, how long do you actually think, which we just talked about, after already being jailed for more than 5 years and people get released early, so how much actual time do you think she will do? So she does have the 5 years. Sorry.
She'll get, all right. So
5 years.
Let's stick with 40 because that's what we've been saying, but we don't
Right.
know that he's going to do 40, but we're just using 40.
Right.
So if he sentenced her to 40, she gets a 5-year credit, which brings her down to 35 years.
Right. Then
she has to do 85% of that 35 years before she's eligible for parole.
Right. And 15% is 17 years, 80% maybe 25 to 30 years. So yeah, she's in there for.
Yeah, she's in there
at least.
Yeah.
If it's 40. If it's 40, yeah. Therapist, you're stunning, Jules.
Oh, thank you.
Rachel B says, you do look good, Jules. It's great to see you bright and happy.
Thank you. I think he must have a filter going on.
It's the Jules lights.
No, it's a filter. It's a filter because I just did a TikTok and I look awful, but I don't really care.
So see, I'm not sure how you say your last name there. There's no parole in Florida. Yeah, I see that often.
With life, if she gets life, there is no parole. She won't get out.
Right, but if you get sentenced to anything under life, you have the opportunity to get parole.
Yes, you do.
Okay. KT says, I thought only death penalty convictions get automatic appeals.
No, everybody gets appeals.
But is it automatic? Is it not? Like death penalty for sure is automatic, but if like Sarah did shit, it's not automatic. She has to put it in, right?
She has to, her lawyers have to file for...
But death penalty, it's automatic. I don't know who...
They still have to get an appeal.
It's still the lawyer has to do it.
The lawyer has to do it.
Yeah. Jennifer McDonald says she was offered 15 years.
Right, and she turned it down. Talk about dumb.
And she had already served now 5 years, so she could have...
She would have been out 8 to 10.
Yep. Yep. Lauren Casey says, hi, love your Twitter, Jules. Hope you're doing well after surgery. Looking forward to the sentencing.
I'm doing very well. Just bloated and tired.
It was a 3.5 hour drive? 3 hour?
It took me 3.5.
3.5 hours, yeah. So we're in Orlando, and Jules is coming from the Gulf Coast side, which is Tampa area.
Well, I'm south of Tampa.
And then even south,
yeah. I'm 2 hours south.
I didn't want to geolocate you too much.
Oh, well, everybody that knows me from the Maya trial knows where I'm at, so.
Yeah. So, yeah, some people are saying there's no parole option in Florida. We'll have to, I know, sometimes I see that, sometimes I don't. I'm confused as to what that is. So Denny Dawn says, you're going to cover Jamie Komorowski. Yes. Jury selection today if she doesn't take the plea. Yeah, we're not going to dual stream right now because of YouTube, and we have to be on camera for YouTube due to our demonetization on last week. So we're working on an appeal, which has to be in this Friday. So Aaron and I have to kind of scramble to get that done. So anyway, we will do Jamie probably Wednesday because I'll be home hopefully Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday night. So we will pick up on Jamie on Wednesday. So if they are starting today, we will pick up on day one on Wednesday. Little Miss, is there parole on her charges in Florida?
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah. It's Boone vibes radiating off, OnlyFan. Really? It's Boone vibes making Jules look radiant?
Okay, yeah, it's the sun and it's the way everything. Believe me, I look awful.
Yeah, I've got a nice flat light here.
So yes, Florida has some. I'm sorry, my hair.
Okay.
Listen, Aaron, when you get in the car, my hair is going to be all over. My hair is still falling out from the chemo. Sorry, you should see what my house looks like.
Stop. All right, you have some parole.
Yes, Florida has some parole options, but only for certain inmates. Do you really want me to?
No, it's all right.
Okay. I can't read. I'm so freaking
It's
blind.
okay. It's
First
okay.
degree murder, felony murder, or making a destructive device before May 25th, 1994.
All right, so that doesn't appear. That doesn't
Yeah.
apply to her here.
Capital felonies before October 1st of 1995. Oh wait, these are the ones that don't get it.
So felony murder. So she's.
Yeah.
Oh, this is before.
Yeah, but she wasn't charged with first. She didn't get found with
Oh.
first degree murder.
That's right. Right.
And of course, murdering a law enforcement officer and a justice or judge. God, sorry for my squinting. I don't have my readers.
That's okay.
Okay, and Florida's parole board is the Florida Commission on Offender Review, a 3-person panel that examines cases of people convicted of crimes. Yeah.
It's like all before was in '98 or something. You said.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, hey Katya. Katya says hi to you and I.
Oh, Katya recently had surgery. I hope everything went well for you, Katya.
Yeah. Good to see you in our chat. Kathy Swan, she's from Tampa but moved to North Florida. Hey Kathy, it's cold. It's cold where you are. I know that. So Blue Draft says it's not parole, it's released based on time served and good behavior. That's my understanding.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah. True Crime Beat. I think she will get 30 years or more, 30 or more years. Yeah. I'm going to go with the 40. I can see 40.
I could see 40.
Yeah.
I can see 40.
We'll do a poll later. That will be Aaron. Aaron, when you have a chance, no rush, but when you have a chance, we'll do a poll for you guys. Maybe like around 12 or 1 o'clock. We'll do a poll and see what you guys think.
I can see 40.
Yeah, Katya says she's home now. She's okay.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that, Katya.
Yes.
What do you call it? I think it's going to depend on several things.
Mm-hmm.
What George's family has to say.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And what Sarah has to say.
Absolutely.
And I think it's going to be more importantly on what she has to say.
Yeah.
Is she going to continue with her brazen, for lack of a better term, attitude, or is she going to show any type of remorse
W2 is here. Or channel 2 is here. They're probably doing like their 12 o'clocks.
It's only 11.
Nope. Getting set up, I guess. All right, hey guys, my phone overheated. So this phone overheated. So I'm on my other phone until this phone.
It's gonna take. I'm telling you, you could fry an egg on this phone. This is how hot it is.
It's hot, yeah. So it's cooling down. Yeah, it's not as hot as it was. So anyway, I won't be able to look at chats right now, but we'll just talk. Maybe I can. Let's see. Can I go to? Oh, okay. So this phone is working again.
Is it?
Yeah.
Maybe we should let it cool down for a bit longer.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So phones overheat. Who knew? All right. So yes, we're back. Yep. Dang Dawn, my phone gets hot too. Well, it's really weird because I think it's the streaming thing. This happened to me before. When you stream, it just sucks a lot of energy versus just hanging out talking. So anyway, here we are. We're back. Okay, let's see. If the window is cool, put up against the window, it will dissipate the heat quickly.
No, the sun is bright.
Yeah.
Like if you touch the window on my side right here, it's hot.
Yeah.
See how the sun is coming in?
Yeah, and I've got the sun shield there, and we're just kind of hanging out. There's the media box. So anyway, it's cooling down. It's cooling down enough that I can, I got back up on YouTube. So it's probably just going to take 5 minutes here or there. So if I lose you guys again, just beware. My phone overheated. So here, let me try this. So I get it out of the case here. Hang on, guys. Okay. All right.
Oh, you got it back working?
Well, that's my phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got this phone. Okay. So anyway, here we are again.
We are the blind leading the blind. I am very blind, actually. Like I'm factually blind.
Factually blind.
I'm factually blind.
All right, let's see if we got anything. All right. What else? We're just.
Oh, I suppose that. No, I want to save my battery life for when I live tweet in Courtroom. I don't know, but it's pretty busy. I had a hard time finding a parking spot in the parking garage. I'm all the way up on the 4th floor.
Okay.
I wasn't happy. There's 4 elevators in the parking garage, and
sorry,
no elevators were coming, and I waited 10 minutes for an elevator. And just when I was saying, you know what, I could use the exercise, I'll just walk down the stairs, the elevator doors miraculously opened and said, yeah, we don't want Jules walking down the stairs. She's in heels today. She might fall.
There it is. Okay.
So.
Okay. No, we do not want you falling.
Yeah.
For sure.
So I was able to get the elevator.
Good. All right.
And
this is live TV, guys. This is where it all happens, inside a car.
Now, are we on? We're not on Squeegee, right? We're on
Trial TV.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. I was just checking.
Yeah.
Anywho,
So yeah, it's kind of it's weird. I got here at 7:30, expecting not a lot of people, and it really wasn't. There was a few. Let's see. Channel 2 was here, and they're back. WESH Channel 2, which is WESH NBC. They're here. They left. Well, they were here, then they left, and they came back again. I didn't see a Court TV. What's her name? Kraft. Kelly Kraft. Yeah, she's at Jamie's up in South Carolina. She said that. I watched that over the weekend. She's not here. So it's not really, it's not really that crowded. Let me see. I look through my. How busy is it out there? Is it?
It's not.
Yeah. There's really not a lot of news, which is really funny.
They may show up like around 12:30.
Yeah. They'll do like their 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock bump, or they'll do an outside shot for their 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and they 11 o'clock, but they may not be in the actual courtroom. With you.
I'm gonna be.
You're gonna be. Jules will be there.
I'm gonna be there. I didn't drive 3.5 hours not to be in there.
That's right. Jennifer McDonald says, Jules, yes, that's right. I do remember seeing her before. You remember seeing Jules before, or you remember seeing somebody else before?
I don't know. What was it?
Jennifer McDonald says, Jules, yes, that's right. I do remember seeing her before. Maybe she remembers
seeing me from other trials, because I did Maya, Ashley, this one. Can't wait for Stearns in February.
Yeah. So we haven't really heard some B-roll. Yeah, we haven't really heard anything like from Sarah in court. I'm sorry, in jail or in prison, right? I haven't seen any news reports where she's been acting up or anything weird. So,
no.
Yeah, she's been, I guess, kind of a good girl, if you will. She's been a good inmate.
I think she knows she's walking a fine line.
Yeah.
It's
okay. You have to worry about it. I know it's broken. Trust me.
How do I get? Oh, good. Okay. I'm not going to touch it anymore.
But I don't want to squish the things. Okay. There.
Whoa! I'm a train wreck in this car, folks.
No, it's this car. The squeegee mobile needs some help, guys. It's an 06. It's old. It's almost 20 years old. This is falling. This is all beat up. Yeah, if you guys can see this car, it's a disaster. But you know what? Gets me from A to B, and if I get dinged, I don't care, because I don't care.
That's how I was with my 1994 Honda Accord wagon.
Yeah.
I had that car for.
Did you want some?
Okay. That doesn't matter. Okay. 94, 04, 14.
That's 20.
50, 60, 70, 18. 24 years. Yes. And then it got totaled in a car wreck. Otherwise, I would have still had it.
Aren't you glad it wasn't a brand new, Mercedes or BMW or whatever, Camry?
I loved that car.
I know. And I love this car. It's hard for me to get rid of this. I should get rid of it. Radio doesn't work. I mean, this is all...
And for a 24-year-old car, I only had 147 miles on it at the time of the accident.
I think I only have like 60.
And the car I have now is what? 7 years old? It's 18.
Yeah.
19, 20, 24. It's 6 years old. But when I bought it, it already had 14,000 miles on it, and I have 52,000.
So it was not new when you bought it?
No, it was
used.
It was used,
oh, okay.
But it's 2018, and I bought it in 2018.
Gotcha.
And it had 14,000 miles on it when I bought it, and I only have 52. So I put less than 30, right? Am I doing the math right?
You got it at 14, and how much is it right now?
52.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yes, it's nice not having a car payment. That I will agree with, for sure.
Yeah, I don't have a car payment either.
Yeah, both Aaron and I do not have car payment. We have 2 VWs and we don't have car payments. Yeah, honey, 1312. I hope my Honda lasts that long.
Dogecoin paid for my car. I'm serious, guys.
Good for you. I'm not in that.
I'm serious. And I did it in 2020. I bought, are you ready for this? 46,000 shares of Dogecoin. It was less than a half a cent a share.
Okay.
So I spent $150 and I got 46,000 shares.
Okay.
Right?
That's a good deal.
That was a good deal.
Yeah.
In September of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And so in May of 21, in the beginning of May, it was up to $27,000. And I was like, I need to cash this out. And people were saying, no. Wait until after Elon Musk is on Saturday Night Live, and then it's going to really skyrocket. So this idiot listened to everybody.
Oh no.
Okay. And Elon Musk made his Saturday Night Live debut. And the next day, it went from 27,000 down to 14,000. I cashed out. It was just enough money to pay my car off.
Yeah, there you go.
And I paid my car off with it.
See, follow your gut.
I knew I
your
should have.
instinct.
I would have had money in the bank if I would have done that. But
Yeah.
So yeah,
That's
I'll
annoying.
never do that again though.
I know.
That was a fluke.
Dwayne says, 20 years old, no wonder I can't hold on to the bumper. It's gone. But no rust. We don't have rust here in Florida.
That's true.
That's one thing we do not have, Dwayne. And I think I saw Unbalanced Equation in here. Haven't seen you in a while, so thanks for showing up and representing the UK. Always good to see you, my friend. Katya, I love not having a car payment either. Yeah, it's the best. I got to probably break down at some point to get one, but
wait until you absolutely have to.
Yeah, I know. Well, Aaron's car pretty much is not running, and this car is, hopefully we'll make it to Tampa and back again.
We're going to Bradenton. Well, actually, you're going south.
Yes.
And then we're going to Bradenton.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're going to be doing a lot of driving with this in the next 24 hours.
Yes. There's Unbalanced Equation. Good to see you, my friend. Let's see. What else with Sarah?
I don't expect her to be in street clothes today. I expect her to be in her jail wardrobe.
Yes, her orange jumpsuit.
Or it might be navy blue.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I don't expect her to be in street clothes. I'm curious to see if there's going to be anybody to speak on her behalf. I don't know who. We know Brian Boone definitely won't.
No. Her kid, maybe? Her son?
He's 14. I can't see Brian allowing that.
Right.
No.
Right.
I don't know if it's going to be interesting to see if this will be the first time I've ever been to a trial where no one spoke up for mitigating factors for the defendant. I haven't heard of anybody that's going to be coming to court to speak up for her. And the GF person can't. Even if she wanted to, she can't.
Okay. When at the end of her verdict, Judge Kraynick was asking both parties how long they think it would be. And I'm pretty sure Owens said 15 minutes or a half an hour. He said one of those two. And then the state said, I think they had two. I think mom and maybe the brother. And they also said about 15 minutes, a half an hour. So that's why in my mind, I heard like an hour.
Yeah, it's going to be
about an
over
hour.
fast.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty quick.
Yeah.
So, but Owens, I'm pretty sure said he had two people lined up. Who those two people are?
They may be doctors.
Yeah.
They may be doctors.
Yeah. Who do you guys think? Who do you think will and should show up for Sarah? What do you guys think? Oh, Owens, therapist. Owens said one of the doctors might. Okay. Oh, Dr. Warren. Okay. So Kathy Swan says Dr. Harper will be there to speak, and Marlon Mum says Dr. Warner is supposed to speak up for her. Okay. So Harper.
All right, that's fine.
All right.
I get that, but on a personal level.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Of course, yeah.
A personal level, like, her
one brother is
in jail and the other one is in the military.
Yep.
But we don't know where he's stationed at. I mean, for all we know, he could be stationed right here in the state of Florida.
Probably. He very well could be. Pensacola.
Yeah, he could be anywhere.
Yeah.
Why would he not?
She will be speaking up. So Katya and Denny Dawn both say Sarah will show up. I heard that she'll be speaking up.
Oh, I think she's going to. There's no doubt in my mind that she's going to stand up and say something. Yeah. But if she maintains the course that she has all this time, she's not going to be doing herself any favors whatsoever.
Yeah.
She needs to be remorseful. She needs to literally turn around and face the family and apologize.
Yeah.
That's what she needs, and it needs to be sincere too.
Mm-hmm.
But is she going to do that? I don't know, guys. What do you think? Do you think Sarah's capable of doing that?
What do you guys think? Somebody also, Jennifer McDonald said the neighbor, maybe. Maybe. So you think she has remorse in her? What do you think, chat? Honey 1312. Owens said he will not do the appellate work. Yep. Usually trial.
Yeah, they already hired the appellate attorney.
Yeah. Kathy Swan. She claims that she has no family, and with friends like her, who would need enemies? so probably no friends either. Yeah. Jennifer McDonald. She's not going to apologize. She has an appeal. Fala says she won't because of appeal. So you don't think she's gonna talk, right?
No,
because of the appeal. I would think that would go work in her favor for the appeal. So so you guys think she's not going to talk because she's got the appeal in her back pocket, so Kraynick could throw the book at her and she's still going to appeal?
I want to tell that kid so bad to pull up his pants. I really do. Sorry.
So Kathy Swan, she needs to come clean if she's going to do her allocution statement.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, miss, she won't apologize. It wasn't intentional. And she still used those words if she does say anything. Oh, song chef. Oh, maybe her ex-husband. Yeah, that would be Brian. So would Brian say any words for her?
I don't know, but you guys will be the first to know if he shows up in the courtroom.
That's right.
I'll be tweeting it out.
Wendy Williams. I don't believe she could muster up any remorse. She'd rather scoop up a great big turd in her hands and clap real hard before she shows humility.
Who said that?
Wendy Williams.
Wendy Williams. That was great. That was a great line.
Yeah, Wendy, you always break the chat. Blue Giraffes. Maybe the bartender or the guy that gave her a cigarette. Yeah, maybe she'll have a bartender show up. Or pool. She liked to play pool. Maybe she'll have a pool guy.
I don't think the elderly neighbor is going to come in because she was in a wheelchair and she had to be,
yeah, it was tough for
bust
her
over
to
and
show
all
up.
of that. I just can't see her coming.
Yeah. And just a reminder, guys, if my phone here overheats, we'll go down for a second, but then I'll pop over here because this isn't overheated anymore. These phones get really, really hot. Plus, I'm kind of in the sun, but I got a shade on it. So anyway, if we go dead,
this dude needs to pick up his pants.
Just hang tight. I know.
No, I can't stand that.
I know. So KT says appeal will keep her from apologizing. Jennifer McDonald, she might say, I'm sorry he died. Yeah, C. Morales, no, it wasn't intentional. They were having a good day. I know. See, the thing is, if you need to run fast, you're going to fall. So if you break any crimes...
Dude, his junk is hanging out, too. I mean, come on.
But isn't that a thing like in jail or something?
I have no idea. Maybe that's why he's here at the courthouse.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to... who knows? I don't... They invented belts for a reason.
That's been a style for how long now? Since the 90s?
And I never liked it.
Like 30 years now I've been seeing that, at least.
This is the worst I've ever seen one.
Oh, I've seen it down by their ankles. I'm sorry, by their knees.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Good Lord.
And then, again, if you're going to commit a crime and then you're trying to run away, you're just going to trip and fall and you're going to get caught. So it is what it is.
Some people are some people.
Yep. Fala, Jules is having issues with a young gentleman who has his pants down well below his butt, as kids like to do and other people like to do. And so you can see his underwear and
his junk.
Well, he's got underwear on.
Yeah, but you could see his junk, Chris.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean,
mind.
like as a mom, I want to get out of the car and go over there and say, "Listen, pull your damn pants up."
I'm sure he'll appreciate that. He'll be like,
and he's out there. I just want you guys to know he's out there. I don't know if he's talking to somebody, but he's definitely FaceTiming somebody. and He's vaping and grabbing his junk all at the same time.
Yeah, just a regular day in Florida. Jennifer McDonald. Well, it's like that all over, sadly. But yes, just another day in Florida.
And he keeps looking over here because I know that he knows that I'm looking over at him. So I think he's purposely giving me a show.
Yeah, and he's probably, he can hear us too. Therapists should know that doesn't matter because he looks so cool.
Oh, yeah, really.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, yeah, he's taking selfies now.
Yes, Denny Dawn. Lots of kids have their undies sticking out. I know. Like I said, I remember that back in the 90s. Guys were walking around that, and I was just like, I just didn't get it. Just did not get it. Because again, if you got to run away really quickly, you're going to trip over your pants and you're going to fall down, and the cops are going to be like, well, you pulled your pants up.
Oh, yeah, he just pulled them up. But get your hands out of your crotch, you dumbass. Hey, how was everybody's Thanksgiving? Did everybody have an awesome Thanksgiving?
Danny Dawn says, Jules, focus forward.
It's hard.
Thanksgiving. How was everybody's Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I'm trying to change the subject. I'm trying to get my attention off of this guy. So how was everybody's Thanksgiving?
Just now coming in. So we're like 25 seconds behind.
I don't care.
We're future. This is future. Future Jules and Squeegee.
So we could fight.
We could like disappear. We could disappear off camera.
Yeah, really.
And then watch it 15, 20 seconds later. Yes, unbalanced equation. Yes, it had something to do with prison. Yep. I've heard a lot of things. I'm not going to talk about it, but yep. And Fala, yes, he's probably 10 feet away. I'm sure he could hear us. How was everybody's Thanksgiving?
Now he's putting spitting gobs on the sidewalk.
No coof, I tell you.
None.
Crystal Pontac. Even though I followed that trend, we don't have skinny jeans though. Yeah.
Oh.
I got my skinny jeans on today.
I have leggings on. There was this really cute dress at Walmart. It was a black and red, and everybody knows red is my favorite color, and black comes in number 2. It was a red and black plaid, really cute dress for people of my size since I've gained all this weight. But it was short, and I don't like wearing anything above the knees because of that. But I thought, oh my goodness, that would look so cute with leggings on. But I never got a chance to go back and buy it.
And when was this?
When I was at Michael's.
Oh, okay.
Thanksgiving, it was Thanksgiving weekend. Or 2 days before Thanksgiving. And I didn't get my spousal support yet, so I couldn't buy it.
So Marley Mom says, I wanted Thanksgiving to go by so fast we could get to today.
Oh, really? I was enjoying my Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we had a really good Thanksgiving.
As a matter of fact, I have a Thanksgiving wound.
There you go.
See that?
Yeah,
oven wound.
I know those.
Yep, oven wound.
Those are familiar in our household too. Erin got 2, I think. Not for Thanksgiving. Was it for Thanksgiving or was it before? She got one on both arms.
I'm telling you, I cannot use the oven without walking away with some type of a burn.
Mm-hmm.
It got me good though.
Yeah, that is pretty bad. You should put some vitamin E on it or something.
I don't have any.
But
you're right, I should.
I don't really have any cream per se. But when you get home, you'll be home tonight.
I don't have any at home either.
Oh. Would you have like any kind of Vaseline or?
I have Vaseline. I packed it. Whoa! Wait till you see my house. Don't get upset. I've got crap everywhere. I've been packing to move.
Yes. Oh, banana bread. Erin sent banana bread. I'm not sure.
Did she?
Oh, the recipe maybe? No, I didn't bring any because we didn't have time to make it.
Oh. I made banana bread at my son's.
Oh, okay.
I did. I had my granddaughter help me. We made banana bread and we made an apple pie, and we made puff pastry with brie in the center, with jalapeno preserves on the top and bottom. It was so good. So I made my granddaughter help with a lot of that stuff.
So Erin says when she was making banana bread, that's when she burned.
Ah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. On my arm, Jess. Thank you.
But Erin, just so you know, my family loved my banana bread. However, I told them your story. And I said, I know somebody that makes banana bread way better than I do. Mine may be good, but Erin's is over the top.
Yeah. Well, we'll make some for you and send it to you. So, legal-minded friends, Karen Cole, hello, good to see you. Snap-on Oven Burns Butterworks. Yeah, butter. Yeah, I've heard that too. You put butter on.
No.
Yeah, butter on burns. Yeah.
I would never put butter on burns.
Yeah, but then you Vaseline is magic. Only fan.
I just have to be careful that Frankie doesn't get at it.
Yeah. The dress you like at Walmart might be part of Cyber Monday sale, Blue Draft says.
Oh.
Well, that's right now. You're kind of busy right now.
I'm kind of busy.
So today we have Sarah Boone in another 2 hours or so, and then tomorrow we're going to be going to Ashley Benefield.
Yes.
So you want to talk a little bit about that? I know everybody's here for Sarah, but tomorrow we're doing Ashley as well.
We're doing Ashley's, and
what are your thoughts? Chat, what are your thoughts on Ashley Benefield, and what are your thoughts on Ashley?
My thoughts on Ashley is Judge White is not going to be very nice to her.
Okay.
Mr. They can only do so much. You don't have to be banging. This is not New York. You don't have to be banging on your horn like that. And your big Traverse. That's a big car. Anyway, I don't think Judge White is going to be very kind to Ashley. I do know that Tommy Benefield is definitely going to speak. Doug Benefield's daughter is going to speak, and I think his brother is. I did not get clarification on that, but I know definitely those two. On Ashley's behalf, I don't know if her mom is going to speak or not. I think there might be a few members of her church community that may speak.
Okay.
I do know also that Judge White did receive 27 letters from the public in support of, because I got to read the letters, because they're on the docket. They have to publish them. Some were in support of a new trial, and some were in support of minimum sentencing.
Okay.
I want to say like 50. They were about 50-50, but
okay.
He received 27 letters from.
And is he going to read those?
Or? No. He. I mean, yes, he's already read them.
Oh.
But is he going to read them?
No.
Okay.
Okay. I wasn't sure about that.
No, they won't be read out loud.
All right.
My only problem is that the people that wrote the letters, I just wish that his clerk would have redacted the names. I mean, it's, when they publish them on the website.
I gotcha. So you saw not their addresses, but their names.
I saw their names. Some of them did have addresses, but and nothing was redacted. So that to me is a little concerning that they didn't do that. But it happened in the Maya trial too. So
yeah. Now, Blue Drafts is asking, what's the minimum Ashley is facing?
Honestly, I don't remember, folks, because I've got so focused on this that I forgot about.
Yeah, that's okay.
I forgot about that. I don't remember what the minimum is. But she can go away for life.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Joni Ludlow, yes, vitamin E.
Oh, I know. Vitamin E is good. I just don't have any.
Let's see.
I don't even have the capsules where you can poke a pin in it and squeeze it out. I don't even have that.
Yeah. But so Julie Frew is saying, I'm going 20 years for Benefield. Now, if Sarah's going to get 40, I think Ashley should get probably the same, because Sarah, to me, it wasn't like as intentional as Ashley. I think Ashley was more intentional. What do you think?
I don't know.
You don't think Ashley was intentional? You think it was by accident, or she was defending herself?
Part of me believes that she was defending herself,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's a part of me that thinks that it was intentional.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the I'm on the fence. That trial was a hard one for me to call.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know. And don't forget too, she was out on bail this whole time. She's only been in jail since she was found guilty. So regardless, she's not going to get any type of time served because she hasn't served any time.
Right.
She's been out on bond.
Right. Little Miss knows Sarah did not get the birthday card. Not yet. I haven't sent that to her yet.
Please do not send me in that courtroom with that.
I didn't bring it.
Oh, thank God.
Marley Mom says, I support Doug's daughter as well. Yeah, she spoke. She was on the stand. His brother was on the stand. I think his brother.
No, it was his cousin.
Oh, that was his cousin? Okay.
Tommy Benefield was the cousin.
Okay. And he was like one of the first ones, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, if not the first one, yeah. So Julie Frew says minimum was 15 years for Benefield. Okay, and Sarah's 22.5 minimum. So
are we going to base whatever happens today? Are we going to base that for Ashley? I don't think so. Two different judges, two different prosecutions.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could tell you though, Judge White is not a he's not a Judge Kraynick, and he's not a Judge Carroll. This guy is. If he don't like you, he has a hard time not showing it.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
he didn't like a lot of stuff that went on during that trial. You could just tell his
for or against Ashley.
My opinion.
Yeah.
This is against Ashley.
Okay.
I felt that there were things that he should have allowed in that he did not allow in. So I think she may have some good appealable issues.
More so than Sarah.
Oh, absolutely.
Sure, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Way more than Sarah. Way more. So there's that.
So widespread panic. I was under the impression that Ashley was only convicted of manslaughter. She can't get as harsh a sentence as second degree. Do you remember what she was?
I don't remember. We're talking back. That was.
It was like in July or something.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago. Yeah. And then it was all about Sarah. Everything was Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah,
everything.
Sarah.
We jumped right to.
Yeah.
To Sarah, but here I'll find out.
I watched the Ashley, but we were streaming something else too. So we were kind of dual streaming at that time. I forget what it was, but Sarah just consumed everything.
Gosh, I wish I could see.
Legal-minded friends, Karen Cole. I filed the scientific evidence with Ashley Benefield and evidence not allowed in. I hope she gets a new trial. Trial Junkies United. I think
manslaughter.
So it was manslaughter.
It was manslaughter.
All right. I think she was defending herself. He was stalling her, following her everywhere. He
was. That's true. Who's saying that?
Trial Junkies United.
Yeah, Trial Junkies is correct.
Yeah. So he was stalling her or stalking her?
Stalking her.
Yeah.
That's what she meant to put.
Following her everywhere. That is what bothered me.
And he also put a tracking device on the car.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why I'm so much on the fence with Ashley, because of the things that Doug Benefield was doing. I mean, in my opinion, he did a lot of gaslighting to her.
There was no, it was like, again, one of those toxic relationships where they both had a hand
I mean, but also,
it,
though,
and he was just as bad.
Yes, he was just as bad. And the thing of it is that there's recordings from with the therapist where he admitted to punching out the dog.
And the cat, right? Wasn't it something
He
with the cat?
threw the
Yeah.
cat down the stairs.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
shot a hole in the kitchen ceiling.
Yep.
I mean, he admits to doing these things. Now, if an individual is capable of hurting innocent animals,
Yep.
see, can you imagine what he could do to a human being?
Yep.
And
I
so
agree.
part of me believes that it was self-defense, that when she told him, I'm not going with you, because she this is where she was wrong. She led him to believe that they were going to move to Maryland together and be a family and blah, 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 blah. And then that day is when she said, no, I'm not living with you.
Yeah.
And I think he lost his poop.
Yeah. Now, I was watching it pretty intently, but then like the moment where they were talking about the gunshots, I missed that because something else was going on.
That was unbelievable in court.
Yeah, I'm sure. I did see her version of the story, you know, when she took the stand, and that's when you were like, woo!
Yeah.
Okay, here's the two things from what I can remember, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think he definitely had a hand in, you know, abusing her mentally, you know, physically maybe, but definitely mentally, like yelling at her, you know, you're this, that, ordering around, controlling her, right? So I think she may have gotten to the point, something happened that day because they were packing up, and he may have bumped her, or he may have said something to her, and she got the gun, right? So that to me is like self-defense, or she just snapped, right? It was like the straw that broke the camel's back.
Well, she said he bumped her,
yeah,
but then he grabbed her by the wrist.
Right.
And that's what triggered her.
Right. Now that, again, that's her version of the story. We don't know his version because he's dead. But then, of course, so that's where I'm like on the side of the fence of like it was self-defense. But then on the other side, didn't she send the daughter and her mother to
No,
the
see,
playground?
that's where the misconception comes in. Yeah. All right. Everybody keeps saying, oh, she sent the mom and daughter to the park. The mom even testified, okay, that was their normal routine, that during the day it was too hot to take her down to the park and down to the pool. So they would always go at 5 o'clock because by that time, the worst of the heat is over. And they did that every day. That was their normal routine.
Okay.
So no, she didn't just out of the clear blue sky say, Mom, you know, get Emerson and go.
Okay. Good. Thank you for clearing that up. Do you want me to move this over? Are you getting hot?
No, I am getting hot, but no. But you know what? I just realized. I think you need one of those other types. I don't think this works very well for heat. You know the one I'm talking about, the one with the silver on one side and black on the other?
Yeah, but I had that. Well, you had it, and it was blocking the modems.
Oh,
yeah. So and I do have one.
Oh, okay.
But I left it at home because it blocks the modems.
I didn't realize that. Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
No,
but in any case, that's that's why I was so much on the fence with Ashley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kelly White. Yeah, that's the Black Swan trial. Yeah, it's worth it. How long, Kelly? Did you ask that question? I had it pulled up.
It was a short trial.
Was it a week? 5 days?
Yeah, I think 5 or 7 days.
Yeah, check it out.
It was a short trial.
We have it in a playlist, so you can go to our channel and check out the playlist, and you'll see Jules when Ashley's called to the stand. Jules is like.
Because I didn't have any warning about it, so I was sitting there, and I was like, and I didn't know that was caught on camera.
And this was before Jules and I and Aaron, we all knew each other. Well, I knew Aaron, but we didn't know Jules, and we had the exact same reaction. Like I was typing in the chat, I was doing something. It's like the defense calls Ashley Benefield. I was like, what? And then I saw your head pop up.
Yeah, I was like.
So you had the reaction that that we all had.
I was like, yeah, because I was talking to her attorney in the morning, and he never gave me any indication whatsoever that she was going to take the stand.
Yeah, you know, it was a shock. Yeah, Carolina Hurtado says, "Are you two driving to Sarah Boone's sentencing?"
We're here.
We're here. We are going to be driving then to Ashley, which is south of Tampa. We're in Orlando right now. We got to go to the Gulf Coast.
Yes, correct.
Orlando's like in the center of Florida. Tampa is on the Gulf Coast, which is the west coast of the state.
But we're going to Bradenton. You keep saying Tampa.
Nobody knows Bradenton. Everybody knows Tampa. And it's only like, what,
Okay,
half
so
hour?
Then you should say Sarasota. Everybody knows Sarasota. Bradenton and Sarasota are neighbors.
Okay, there you go.
They're neighbors.
Yes, we are at the courthouse. We are literally in our car.
Oh, I should let Dr. Joe know. Maybe he could meet us at the breakfast.
Sure.
Company.
Yeah.
After the trial is over. Oh, let me text him right now.
For tomorrow or for today?
Tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We're gonna get home too late.
Yeah, I think if we get out of here I'm hoping to get out of here by 3.
I'm hoping by 3 too.
Yeah, that's what we're planning, because it's gonna be, traffic is a bear around here. It's Orlando, guys.
Yeah. Once we get past 4, then we're okay.
Yeah. Trial Junkies United. Even the way he introduced her to his daughter, that they got married. So the daughter was never going to like Ashley. Yeah. Father says, does Jules know if they ever got that food she said was poisoned was analyzed? Oh, yeah. I know it wasn't allowed in and all that. She's making a text right now to
Dr. Joe. Dr. Goodhair. I'm texting Dr. Goodhair.
Dr. Goodhair. So, Jules, do you know if the food that she said was poison was ever analyzed? I don't think so.
She brought it to the police department to have it analyzed. Mm-hmm. I believe. I don't know. I don't want to make a misstatement. So I don't know if it was or it wasn't. Mm-hmm. I do know that it was in the police department's possession. Yeah.
Father says she placated him just like Elisa did. Yeah, there was definitely a lot of spousal abuse going on, I think, on both sides. Mm-hmm. You know.
I mean, and look at the letter that his first wife wrote to him.
Remind me of that one. Oh.
The letter she wrote to him, and Ashley found it, where he kicked her. He kicked his first wife. Yeah. And blah, blah, blah. I can't remember everything that was said. And so what does the prosecution say? Well, we don't know for sure that letter was from his first wife. Mm-hmm. Oh, you couldn't get anybody to look at the handwriting and say, well, yeah, that's her handwriting? Come on.
Yeah. So, Joyce Reuven, we're not going to victim blame. What's going on there yet? That seems to be what's happening here. No, we're not victim blaming anybody.
I'm not victim blaming. I said I'm on the fence.
Yeah. And only fan, we can voice opinions respectfully here always for everyone. Yeah, no, our chat is not about, victim blaming or coming down on anybody. And if that happens, you let me know, because that's not acceptable here. We're going to be kind and courteous to everybody. You can express your opinion, but don't attack anybody else.
But here's the thing. I have a question. Suppose he did attack her. Mm-hmm. Is he a victim? Yes. But is he a victim of his own doing? You know what I'm saying?
Well, then it would be self-defense if he did attack her.
Right, but so what do you? How do you express that without quote unquote someone saying you're victim blaming?
Right.
Let me try and think of what was her name? Marsha Thompson. That trial took place before Ashley Benefield. She was charged with murdering her husband, and she claimed self-defense, and she was found not guilty, because she should have been found not guilty. Mm-hmm. her husband was a horrible human being. So am I victim blaming right now by saying that?
It's a tough one.
It is a tough one.
Yeah. What is? Well, then the one we watched with David Crawford, who was the Osceola police officer who used that taser and the kid caught on fire. It's like a lot of our chat was saying, well, it was the kid's fault, because he was riding recklessly. Then they were following him. Cops were following him in the helicopter. He was flipping them off. He should have stopped. He shouldn't have run away. But then he gets, 75% of his body gets burned. So are we victim blaming by saying you shouldn't have done what you did?
Right. That's my point.
Kid?
Yeah. So it's hard.
It is tough. Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah. Yeah. Julie Frew, moral of the story, don't get married after 3 days of knowing someone.
This is true.
Yeah. Did her mom testify? People are saying they didn't.
Yes, she did.
If you believe her mom, I don't trust her mom. So Marley Mum and Widespread Panic both think that they don't. I don't remember her testimony.
Her mom testified.
Yeah.
She was only on the stand a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
And she never stayed in court after she testified either.
So did you believe her?
The mom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You did? Okay.
The mom, she was asked by the prosecution, like, you mean to tell me the whole time that she has, since the event took place, she never discussed it with you? She said, no, she didn't. And I didn't ask.
Okay. Yeah, Kelly White, go check it out. It's a good one. It's a good trial. She Ashley Benefield was a ballerina dancer, I guess,
and a model.
She met Doug. Doug had a daughter, right?
Yeah.
And then they got married after 3 days. He's like 20 years older, I think.
More than that.
So it's a winter spring relationship. He's a much older man.
And he lied to his daughter about Ashley. He married her without even telling the daughter.
And the daughter was like 16 or 17 at the time, I think, or 18.
I think she was 16.
Yeah. So and Ashley was only like 23. So there was only like a 6 year difference. Yeah. It was pretty weird in that regard. And then it got abusive. Then they just started fussing with each other, and they were like, I think, in North Carolina. Then they moved down here to Florida, and then she wanted to move up to Maryland or something.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah. So, yeah, go check it out, Kelly. We have a playlist. I'm sure somebody will drop that in the chat. You can go check it out. OnlyFan, we're sitting outside the courtroom looking at people's junk. Not us.
Shut up.
She is. Only because he's right here. Well, he's gone.
He's gone now.
Gone
that's why I haven't been running my mouth off about him. Is because he's.
So Trial Junkies United. Doug knew when the mother took the baby to the park due to his stalking. She just wanted him to leave her alone. Yeah, and Trial Junkies United, you said something also earlier. I didn't pull it up, but I remember what you said, that Ashley went to the bedroom. He followed her. And that's where I'm like on the fence, because that's a he said, she said, and she said is still alive. The he said is not. So
yeah, but isn't that what they all are?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Like,
unless you're Alyssa,
yeah, but
and,
or David
Trevor.
or David Gray.
Which one's David Gray? Who's that?
He's the one from Massachusetts that they charged.
Yes,
and it was self-defense, and thank God that jury had enough sense to find him not guilty.
Yep. Yeah, so you're right. It's probably like 99% of the time it's a he said, she said, and one of them is no longer with us. Right. So who do you believe? So then are we victim blaming because the person who's no longer with us could have possibly done something to cause that problem?
And again, he admitted to the therapist all the things that he did. He admitted it. And I told you, or maybe I didn't tell you, I told somebody. I went to where the subdivision that they live in, okay? And it's a gated community. You can't get in there unless you have a code. And what do you call it? He was in there several times. He showed up unannounced several times.
Yeah.
There. So I don't know. It's done. It's over. I just have to wait till tomorrow to see what happens.
I know. So Aaron says there's a question for you about Dr. Joe. Okay, so Tracy Poole says, why hasn't Dr. Joe been on very much? Do you know, Jules?
Yes.
Is that something you can tell us?
Yes, it is something I can tell you.
Okay.
Dr. Joe had to come out of retirement, and he was working in a hospital in Colorado to get the hospital back to the way it should have been running. So that's what Dr. Joe has been doing, and he should be finishing up that job probably late this month. So, yeah.
Okay. The boss lady, I don't think Sarah will get life, but she has zero support on the outside. I think she'll end up homeless, drunk on the streets. That's if she's let out, and that won't be for a long time. I don't think she's going to get out anytime soon.
I have to leave my vape in the car with you because they won't let me bring it in the courthouse.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, leave whatever. Trial Junkies United. The first day he met her, Doug knew she carried a gun even that night. Didn't they both have guns?
Yes, they both did.
They both had guns.
They both did. And yes, and they met at Mar-a-Lago at a Trump event.
I don't think he thought she would pull the trigger. I don't think anybody really thinks that the other one's going to pull the trigger.
I don't think so either. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I do agree with that.
Yeah. Kathy Swan, they could have reached out to her and got a signed affidavit that she had written that letter. That's a no-brainer.
No, the first wife died.
Oh. So there you go, Kathy.
The daughter found the first wife on the floor.
Oh, yeah, Julie Frew. Yeah, Kathy Swan, the first wife, is deceased.
Yeah.
Oh, Krista Limited Edition. Good morning to you. I don't know. Is it still morning for us? I don't even know what time it is.
I think it's 11:30.
What time is it? Almost 12.
Almost 12. I'm gonna head up around 12:30.
Okay.
12:30, 12:45 because I want to make. Oh, let's ask the chat.
Yes, go ahead.
Should I sit behind Sarah or should I sit behind the family?
Good question.
Where would you guys like me to sit?
What do you think, chat? Where should Jules sit? It's like 20-second delay.
It doesn't matter.
Got to get a good seat.
I got to get a good seat, yeah.
Oh, Sure Life Creations. I'm here, just got home. The family behind Sarah. So that's 1 and 1. I'll do Sarah, you do the family. So the family, right, I'll do the family. 1, you do Sarah. 1. 2 behind the family. 3 behind the family. Julie says behind Sarah. 2. Sit where you want, best views. All right, Sarah. Family is 4. 5. 6 for Sarah.
No, 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
4.
lost track. Shit.
4 for Sarah.
All right, am I 4 for family? Sit behind family is 5.
You're 6 for family. I'm 4 for Sarah.
Okay. Family is 7. Family is 8. Sarah?
5 for Sarah.
Not too close to the place where you can see Sarah. She may think you're all supporting her. Sarah. Jules, Sarah. Family is 9. You're up to like 6.
I'm up to 6.
All right. Behind the family, 10. Behind the family, 11. Sarah to see reactions. But if you're sitting behind her, you're not going to see her reaction.
Oh, but when I sat behind her during the trial, I was behind her, but to the right of her. So I was able to catch a whole lot of stuff going on.
Okay. Family, Sarah.
Joel and I sat there.
Sarah, so we can see you. Family, family. We could do a poll. Family.
Or they might have seating for press too. So I might have to sit where they tell me to sit.
Change my vote to family. Case one, you can't change your vote.
No.
You're locked in. All right, Aaron, if you could put up a poll. That's a good idea. We'll put up a poll. All right, yep. Karen and Krista both want to do a poll. All right, so where should Jules sit? Behind the family? Behind Sarah? Behind Owens? Diane Dolder? Well, then that would be Sarah. Is Mert down there, Julie? I don't know. We haven't seen him yet. I would expect he'd show up. If he's going to show up, it would be now. But, yep. Kelly White, I wonder how packed it will be. That's a good question because there's not a lot. I mean, there's some news here, but it's not like it was. You know what? It was the most. This just kind of reminds me of how it was just generally every day. You know, it was okay. There was like 4 or 5 news outlets here, and they have these little minivans. You know, sometimes they have the big satellite trucks. Like right now, NBC Channel 2 has a big satellite.
I hope Paul from Court TV is doing the filming. I can't see. You have to tell me.
Where should you sit? I'm going to say behind family. I'm going to vote for family. 63 say family. So I was talking to this guy here. I think his name is. No, I'm not going to. Anyway, I was talking to this gentleman here. I won't post his name. And he's done the pool feed, the pool camera before. Mm-hmm. So he said who's running it? And I said Law and Crime.
No, it would have been Court TV.
I thought it was Law and Crime.
No,
all right, anyway,
it was Paul from Court TV.
So Court TV was doing the feed, and I didn't see his truck. Usually when we were here, we would at least see their truck. So I didn't see it. So we're not sure who's actually going to be running the camera.
It's going to be Court TV. I'm telling you right now.
Okay.
I just don't know if it's going to be Paul. If it's going to be Paul, awesome.
Yeah. Sandra Oliver, hey. Yeah, so it's weird. It's like you want to sit behind the family to show support, but you want to sit behind Sarah to see her face better, or no?
Me personally, I would like to sit where I sat the last time to observe. All right, the last time I was observing the jury and Sarah. Obviously, there will be no jury there, but I want to observe Sarah.
So you have to sit behind the family to do that?
No, I would have to sit. I would have to sit on the defense side, but all the way to the right, so I have that kind of a view.
Kind of where the camera is.
Well, that's why I'm hoping it's Paul, because he'll let me sit. Paul knows me, and he will let me. He will let me sit.
Right. All right. We have 54 votes and 56% behind family, 44% behind Sarah.
Well, I guess you guys will find out when I find out when I get in there.
Oh, okay. Yes, we're doing a recap tonight. We're doing?
Yeah, we could do.
Okay, so we'll do a recap tonight, chat, and then.
Yeah, I don't want to do a recap here because we need to get out of here.
Yeah. So we'll do a recap once we get back to Jules. Jules is gracious enough to allow me to crash at her place, and we will do a recap of Sarah's sentencing then, probably around 8 or 8:30, I would think. Be back to your place around 6 or 7.
I hope so.
I know, me too. If we leave here at 3, we should be there by 7.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so around 8 or 8:30, we'll be doing a recap at Jules's place. Then,
but listen, y'all, just so you know, I'm in the middle of moving, so my house is like a wreck. You're gonna see, like, I think I have something like 15 bins already packed and piled up, and then I have several more in the on the living room floor that I'm putting certain things in. I don't have to tell you guys. You guys know when you move what it's like, and I got to be ready.
I hear you. Now, Krista Limited Edition said, sit in the jury box. You can work your wiles again in there, Jules.
I will sit in the jury box if that's where they direct the press to go, because during jury selection, that's where they had us.
Yeah, there you go.
That's where they had. And since there is no jury, who knows? I don't know what Judge Kraynick's going to do. Well, yeah. I will know when I get in there.
All right. Hey, Erica W. Good to see you. Case Wanye, can't wait. Yes, for our recap. And then we'll do Ashley Benefield, and then we'll do a recap on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So we'll do a recap tonight of Sarah, and then a recap of both of them on Wednesday. And Wednesdays, we're going to have, obviously, the two of us, and then Florida PI Sam will be joining us as well. She's a licensed private investigator here in Florida. And Sam has been on our show before. She's got great insight, and she works on the defense side. She has worked with Sarah, and what is the... I'm so sorry, Sam.
Summers.
No, yeah, she did Trevor Summers, but no, the guy that's working on Sarah, what's his name? Billy Zane? Is that his name? Or is that an actor?
That's an actor.
Sam, I'm so sorry.
Are you thinking about Wade Wilson?
No. She Sam works for the JAC.
I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
Not Zane.
He's follically challenged.
Yes, yeah.
Anyway, so that'll be Wednesday. We will have Florida PI Sam along with Jules and I, and Sam has worked with the defense on Sarah's side. So, yes, little miss, she did work with Sarah. Oh, Case One, great. Yeah, I hope jurors show. I hope juror 3 shows.
I'll let you know. No, juror 13.
Wait, 13 in Ashley. Or 13 here?
No, 13 here.
Yeah, okay. Yes, Billy. Okay, Billy. Was his last name Zane? But that's an actor, right?
That's an actor. He was in the Titanic.
Yeah. He was in a lot of movies. Billy Lane, thank you. Driama Landry, thank you. Okay. Billy Lane. Come on, Zane. I got one letter off. Zane. I was close enough. Give me points, chat.
Oh my God. Erin's gonna have a fit when she sees my hair all over this car. It's like I have to stop touching it, because look, it's pouring out of my head.
Billy Lane. Okay, so CD Man 77, you could always ask to sit behind Judge Kraynick. I'm sure he would let you. Remember he had his judicial assistants back there? He knows you. Did he tell you to turn your phone off? Do you want to tell us? All right, we got a story. We had tons of stories when it was happening, so we're going to revisit a few stories. This is a good one.
Okay, listen, when I screw up, folks, I'll own it, all right? Do you guys remember the first time a phone went off in the during the trial? I believe it was like
I think
it was the very first day, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. And he was upset.
It was yours truly. Okay, I forgot to hit the little button on the side of my phone and turn it off, and I was trying to look at the chat, and lo and behold, trial coverage went through the courtroom, and Judge Kraynick looked up and said, whoever has the phone, and where I was sitting on the prosecution side of the courtroom at that time, and I leaned over because the suitcase, the box with the suitcase, was right in front of me, and I literally leaned over like this, and I pointed like that to my head, and I mouthed, I'm so sorry, it was an accident. And he was cool about it. He was really cool about it. Unlike...
Yes, other people.
Unlike...
shall remain
yeah.
We don't know,
when the phone went off during closing arguments, he made that person leave the courtroom.
Yeah.
So
That's a good one. Yes, Dr. Bullbutter, turn your phone ringers off now.
I did. I think
yeah.
I did. Let me double check.
I will be here. I'm not going anywhere. I gotta.
Yep, it's off.
It's
I
off.
put the little button on off.
Yep. This right here is why I'm not going anywhere. The live view right behind Jules's head. And thank you, Scott, recovery addict.
Yes.
For allowing us to utilize your equipment right there.
And thank you, Scott, for making me a part of Top. What is it again?
Top Mark Media.
That's a tongue twister.
Top Mark Media.
Making me a member of Top Mark Media.
Yes.
I appreciate you. It enables me to do everything that.
My media pass.
Why are you covering that part? I can't see.
Well.
I still can't see.
It's okay.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I think I know.
You got it now?
Yeah. Does mine say that too?
It should.
And tell me, does it say that?
It says your name.
Ooh,
yes.
Lord have mercy.
That's why, I did
Lord
it.
have mercy. Oh, well.
I did it one time and I'm like, go.
Maybe that's why once they go through security, they go like this. I see a lot of them do that.
Could be. Yeah, because you don't want to get doxxed or.
I've already been doxxed thanks to Reddit during the Maya trial and thanks to Ethan Shapiro.
That's true. That's true. Momo Shark says hello.
Momo, what's up, Momo?
Does it say you're 18? No, it has other vital information on there that I'm not going to share.
I wish it said I was 18. I'd be happy.
Oh, let's see. There's so many stories. When we were here, it's like every day there was like a story every minute. Something happened. And I got to be honest, other than you hitting traffic, which was a story into itself, it was pretty calm.
Yeah, it was pretty calm.
I think because I know what to do. I got the key for the media, what do you call it? Media box. Here, let me show you.
Oh, wait, the bathroom story.
Wait, what bathroom story? I'm going to go dark there for a minute. All right, so that's the media box right there. That's the media box. And then Jules is here. Yeah. Hopefully this will come back on. Why are you not going
I
in?
don't know. We need Erin. She's
I'm
a
back.
technical genius.
All right, sorry about that, guys. So media box, Jules. Behind Jules is the live view.
Okay, I have another story.
Okay, I'm going to try and put this up and not destroy everything. Bear with me, chat. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, Dr. Joe just messaged me. Wait, let me see what he has to say.
Okay.
I was mistaken. My appointment is on Wednesday. Are you available for lunch? Oh.
What?
He's inviting us to lunch, but we won't make lunch.
Oh, for today?
Yeah, I have to message Dr. Joe back. Okay, so during jury selection, there was a break, and now this is before the jury, like the all 12 were impaneled. Okay, I think they were down to like 30 people or something, and there was a break. And I had to use the facility really bad. And the facility was on the other side of the hall, like around the corner and down at the end. Mm-hmm. So I go to make a mad dash to the ladies' room. And there's a huge line waiting to get into the ladies' room. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I stopped dead in my tracks, and these were all the potential jurors. And I said, this is the line to get in there? And they were like, yeah. And the men's room was right next door. And I was like, I turn around and I look, and there was no line at the men's room. So I said, screw this. I'm going to use the men's room. And they're like, you can't. I said, oh, the hell I can't. And I knocked on the door. And and I yelled, open the door this much, and I yelled at in there, anybody in here? And I got nothing. And I said, ladies, start forming a line behind me.
I'm coming in.
And I used the men's room, and all these potential jurors thought it was the funniest thing that they ever saw. So yeah, because when you gotta go, you gotta go.
You gotta go. You gotta go. I'm sure that's not the first time you've used the men's room.
No, in bars I do it all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do it all the time.
Gina Farley. I've done that. Marley Mom. I went in the men's room all the time during concerts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the time. As a matter of fact, I had to stop for gas on my way here, and my GPS took me some back roads, like a lot of farms and stuff.
Yeah.
Until I got to like this main area, and I said, ooh, gas station, gots to go and need gas.
Mm-hmm.
So I got the gas, and I went inside, and I was like, I couldn't find the restroom. I was like, oh my God, maybe it's outside. So I went to the lady and I said, excuse me, where's your restroom? Well, you had to go behind the counter, believe it or not, to get to the restroom.
No.
Well, it was was one restroom, men/ladies.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, no
That's
problem.
A lot of them are like that.
Yeah, a lot of them.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. It's funny because here there's a men and women, but the men cannot use the women, but the women can use the men. And the security guard told me that because there was somebody in the bathroom for the men's, and I'm like, can I use the women's because it's it's open? And she's like, nope, men cannot use the women's, but the women can use the men's. So I'm like, okay, fair enough. So then who comes out of the men's bathroom was a woman. So I'm like, okay, I gotcha. I see how that works. Crystal limited edition. Love that. Good for you, Jules. Little Miss, good for you. Yep.
Did I spell Bradenton right? I don't have my readers. I can't see.
Braden.
I know, but I can't see.
Do you want me to do it? Or? Mary says, I'm patient. You will not go into the men's bathroom?
She must be young that she can hold it. I can't.
Yeah, OnlyFans. Since we're going there, our chat is, sorry, wait. I didn't. Ask Jules what happened to the Sarah Boone appeal. Okay, sorry.
Nothing. It hasn't been filed yet.
Sorry, I missed that message, Aaron.
Okay, just answer.
The phone is acting up. Is the phone acting up, guys? It's not overheating, believe it or not. This phone is not overheating.
What time is
I'm
it?
Surprised. It's 12:17, 12:18.
Oh, I have a half hour.
What do you mean by the phone is acting up?
Is it buffering? Is that what you mean? Dude, I don't know how you could stand sitting in this car.
It's hot. Well, you're in the sun. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I'm just saying, it's freaking hot.
I can move that.
No, that is more important to protect.
I know. You went dark but could hear you.
Oh, that was probably... Oh, there's what's her face. I forget her name.
Oh, yes, the blonde with the boots.
Yeah.
I think her name is Stephanie.
That's it, Stephanie.
Yeah, I believe her name is Stephanie. The reporter for Fox, local Fox, is here. And she was here the whole time. And up in the courtroom, and she's going to be, we just saw her, she's just coming in now.
Yeah, well, she better not take my seat.
I was blurry.
Well,
Maybe I'm not paying attention. Kelly's not having issues. All good for a bit now. Okay. All right. Well, I won't move the phone. I think that was part of my problem because I wanted to show you guys the media box. Mari, did we answer your question about the appeals?
It hasn't been filed yet.
So it hasn't
And even when it gets filed, it's going to take 2 to 3 years before the appellate judges even look at it. But I do know that Mr. Taylor already contacted an appellate lawyer for her.
Okay. Yeah, therapist, good old what's-her-face, yeah.
Is that what I said?
No.
Oh.
I don't know.
Oh.
We all know her well, yes. I'm pretty sure her name is Stephanie. I'm getting hot.
See, I told you.
Well, I have like 30 layers on because it was like freaking 20 degrees below zero.
Oh God, Chris is gonna do a striptease over here.
Da 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 da.
Da 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 da.
All right. Just when you thought the chat couldn't get any more sideways, layers come off.
I don't have any layers to take off, so. And I wore this because it was so cold, and it's usually very cold in the courtroom. So
yes, that's true. Well, you're full on in the sun right now.
Did I bring my? Oh yeah, I'm gonna leave that. I don't think I'm gonna need my recovery addict shirt with me, hoodie with me in there.
Mm-hmm.
I think this should be warm enough, and it shouldn't take more than an hour and a half. I think I can live with that.
Yeah, I'm hoping an hour. Yeah, you're right. Hour and a half. That's
yeah. So.
Yes, Crystal H. Air conditioning. Chris, air conditioning. My car doesn't have air conditioning. It broke, and I haven't gotten it fixed yet. But it's like 50 degrees outside, so to have AC on, kind of silly. I do have the window open, but Jules is full on in the sun, you guys. So
yeah. The
sun is still hot. Even though it's 50 degrees, the sun is hot. If you're in a place where it's like no wind,
and I'm perspiring.
It's hot. Yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta move your phone.
Stop saying you're sorry. Good Lord. Oh. I'm not gonna.
Well, you know what we could do here? Why don't you put...
Should I bring this in with me?
Do you want to hang this in the window so it blocks the sun?
No, because I'm gonna be getting out of the car shortly.
That's true. You are. Yeah, it's 12:21. You're gonna go up at like 12:30.
About 12:30. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I have to go through security.
Yes. No, I do not need a fundraiser, Crystal. Thank you, though. I just have to find the time. It's really the time. Finances, yeah, sure. We could always use more money, but no, do not do that. It's finding the time because because of YouTube, I have to be on every single video that we produce. So I don't have time, and I'm not going to do it on a holiday. Yes, girls perspire. They don't sweat. If having the AC on in 50 degrees is silly, I'm confirming silly 24/7. Therapist, yeah. I'm going to pull the dad card. I'm not going to put on the AC when it's 50 degrees out.
My father was like that when it came to the heat.
Yeah. 66, put on more clothes. What's wrong with you? What's 50 in Celsius? Well, if 0 is 32, probably maybe 40. Is that right? I'd have to do the math. I'd have to Google it. Sorry. Yeah, it was 30 in North Florida, Kathy Swan. Yeah, it was chilly. It's chilly all up and down the peninsula. And again, it's all relative, you guys. To us, 40 degrees to some is like, oh, that's a heat wave. I go out in shorts. But again, when you're used to it being like 65 or 70, and then all of a sudden it's 40, it's a big difference. Okay, so it's 10 Celsius. All right, there you go.
Greetings and salutations.
Hey, look who's here, guys. We got Mert. Mert made it. I like the hat.
I made it.
How are you?
And I'm going to go park and go upstairs.
Okay.
And get all set up.
Sounds good. I like the hat. Mert's rocking the hat.
Oh, you got one of your own, huh? Or is that?
No, that's yours.
Oh.
I got it.
I got my second one out. I was wondering where that went.
No, I gave you back yours. That's a copy. Don't say, I just.
Oh, that's right. You said you were going to make a copy.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, that looked pretty good, man. I want just like mine.
YouTube, do not listen to what I just said. I just said it was a copy.
All right.
All right, man. How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
All right.
I've been monitoring you guys and so on and so forth. So.
All right. I like the hat. Hat looks cool.
Yeah. It's broadcast hat that I sometimes wear.
You got your broadcast hat going?
All right, well, I'm going to get upstairs and get situated. I got a couple things I got to do.
All right, sounds good, Mert.
I'm headed out. I'm headed out, everybody.
All right, Jules is taking off. I'm staying put. All right. What's that car?
I know. I'm trying to be careful.
I don't know. I just don't want him to take off and you get like run over.
I just don't want to ding his car.
Oh, it's his fault for parking so close.
Be nice, Chris. Be nice. Oh my God, I'm so freaking bad.
Oh, wait.
I'm so freaking bad.
Oh, stop it. All right, guys. And now it's just me. Let's see here. Can't do that. All right, so you're going to see me actually power up. Okay, so this is Scott's unit. This is RA's unit. It's called Live View. And that is what, yes, now it's just me. Yes, Jules will keep us updated. I'm sure Mert will probably join in as well. 53 in England, 12 Celsius, yeah. Yeah, it's about the same. So I'm going to probably, let's see, need to talk to Scott in about a half an hour or so. So I'm going to power this thing up. It's connected via this blue cord here. It's a BNC. This is a BNC, right? Which is basically video and audio. So you plug that into that media box that I showed you earlier. And that's how this happens. That's how we can give you a clean stream, guys. And hopefully YouTube will appreciate the fact that we are not using another channel. We are streaming this straight from the courtroom. So YouTube, if you are watching this, this is a unique stream and other content creators will be using this. We have given them permission when they ask. You can absolutely use our stream, just give us credit. We love that you want to use our stream. And if YouTube, if you are watching this, this is a unique stream straight from the courthouse. And this is how it happens right here. Sitting in the squeegee mobile. So Ohio Palm Mom, yeah, I got here late. What's the demonetization status? We need to, we worked on a video over the weekend because I left Sunday to come down here and then I'm going to be here in the area and then over to Sarasota on Tuesday. I won't be getting back until late Tuesday night. And they want it by Friday. So we thought we would get it done over the weekend. We got it done under 5 minutes. Everything's cool. And then, hold on. And then, sorry guys, if that blew your ears out, sorry. So, so yeah, so it's due Friday. So we got this done on Sunday. Was really happy. I actually got it done Saturday. Was really happy with it. And then we discovered we have to do some more for YouTube. So the status is we need to put together a video, get it to them by Friday. So Thursday night, because Wednesday night, I'm going to be doing a recap with Jules and Florida PI Sam. So we're not going to have time to do it Wednesday night. So again, you guys, I hope you realize that there's so much that goes on in the back end. We can't just focus on streaming. Now we have to worry about creating a video that took us like 4 hours on Saturday night to do. So, you know, we're doing all this because we want to do it. And then YouTube smacks us. And we got to scramble and get this done. Usually you have like 30 days to do something, but no, they're only giving us like 2 weeks. So that means Thursday night, after we stream, whatever trial we're streaming, we're going to be up late working on the appeal for YouTube. So that's the update, Ohio Palm Mom. We'll be working late on Thursday to get this video off to them. And there's no guarantee that they'll accept it. They may be like, yeah, nope. So we set up Patreon. If you guys want to support us there, you can join us there. And we'll see. Hopefully YouTube doesn't take us down altogether. They may look at our channel and say we're infringing on copyright. I don't know. But for now, we're going to appeal it. That's why you see my face on the trials going forward. I'm going to be in the corner. Although this trial, I'm not, because I do want to give a clean stream. I do not want to have my face on this because it is truly ours. Top Mark Media, Scott is very gracious to allow us this equipment, and we're dual streaming with him, and we do appreciate that. Top Mark Media, but we're not using another feed like whoever else is out there, whether it's a local station or one of the, corporate national stations. So I hope that answered your question, Ohio Palm Mom. Jeffrey Kaufman says, I want to know everyone's predictions on sentencing. All right, Aaron, when you have a chance, maybe we could do a poll at this point. Sarah's up for 22.5 years to life. So that's what her potential is. Jules and I, when we were talking, we think it's going to be about 40 years. We think Judge Kraynick is going to go with 40. That's what we're thinking. Trial Junkies United. Wish I knew how to help since I'm a vampire and up late. I know. You know what? It's like, I don't mind doing it. I know it'll take us, like I said, it took us about 3 to 4 hours last time to put it together. A lot of it is done. I have to redo the script. I have to redo, the audio, video, because they want your face and then they want to intersperse it. So basically you have the script telling YouTube, everything. And then we intersperse video and stills within that of what we actually do and what we hope to do in the future. So a lot of it is done, but I have to recut the script because we have to redo another one because we found out YouTube wants more information. So I'm hoping it's going to be only about 2 hours. So hopefully it won't be too late. All right. I'm going to go with 40 years. 22 years / minimum, 40 years life. All right. I'm going to go with 40 years. All right. I didn't mean to sway anybody, but it seems like, yes. 12%, 22.5. Yeah, I just do not see him giving her the minimum, guys. But anyway, that's your right. 14%, 22.5. 31% life and 40, 55, 57%. Let's see. Gina Farley says, I wish you could earn commission by sharing your feed. Well, I agree. And we earn commission, if you will, by getting eyeballs by those streamers, those people. And it's going to be Surviving the Survivor. Joel was kind enough to ask yesterday, and we said absolutely. So he's going to give us a shout out. And we earn commissions by hopefully people coming over and subscribing to us. But that's when we had, we were allowed to monetize. Now we can't monetize. So what you guys watching right now, we got 148 people. We're not going to make a single penny from this right now. YouTube's going to keep all of it because they demonetized us. So even though we have 148 people watching, which is awesome, love it, we're not going to see a dime. So, but there are other ways to support us. We have Patreon, Buy Me a Cup of Coffee, and Venmo. Those are all in the description. So if you guys do want to support us financially, that's fine. You don't have to. Totally understand. If you want to, awesome. If you don't want to, that's cool. Just having you guys here is cool enough. We appreciate that. Trial Junkies United is unique coverage because you are doing actual court and a lot of chatting beforehand. Now I am, and I'm coming in between breaks. So we're kind of changing our business model in the sense of at first we were just going to do a thumbnail, the warning, the thumbnail, and then a live stream, and then thumbnails in between breaks, thumbnail at the end. So we're going to change our business model to I'm going to be talking at the beginning. You're going to see my face in the bottom right or bottom left. I'm going to come on during breaks, and I'm going to come on at the end. So we're getting away from a little bit of the clean stream, but we're not going to be commenting on it, you know, like other YouTubers do, where they, and we're going to try and keep it as clean as possible. You know, we're not going to have chats pop up. We are still going to adhere to that. So we're changing a little bit, but we're going to try to maintain our vision at the beginning, which was just a clean stream, no commercials, no commentary. Jen DeVecca, pretty much every trial streamer I know has had to do that type of video. I really hope it works for you. Fingers crossed. So really, Emily's had to do that? Yeah, Scott? I'd love to know what they did. Our lawyer, you know, he had to do it. Peter had to make a video that said, yeah, I hear you, Jen, but I also am like questioning that. I don't think Peter had to make a video because he doesn't do clean streams. He just does commentary on top of it. We're trying to do something different. And, you know, right now YouTube doesn't like that. So we're trying to work with them and trying to sort it out. Yeah, Little Miss, I thought it was unique enough if you did a video before and after the trial. Everyone does the trial with their own comments. So, Crystal H, may I please have the Pantheon, or whatever it's called, Patreon, the Pantheon. I'm sure somebody will drop that in the link for us. It's in our description, but our bot posted it. So, Jam Tomb Ekanika. I love that. Jammed Tomb. I stream on Twitch. They let me get away with being more of a brat. LOL. Yeah, we've checked into Twitch. We've also streamed on Patreon. And basically, you have to become a member, and that's the gateway, and then you can use whatever platform you want. So if it gets to that point, unless our channel is taken down, which we hope it never will be, but that's another way that we can do memberships, is that you know, you buy membership on Patreon, which was the same as YouTube. We had 3 tiers of membership, and then then we'll stream there for members only, and then yeah, I know that didn't make sense, but anyway, Patreon is kind of like becoming a member on YouTube. Winks, yeah, that's lame. Kelly White, wow, that's terrible. Well, it is what it is. Kathy Swan, make sure you do not have any music playing on YouTube. Yep, whenever you stream, and anything that nature might bring up the copyright infringements. Yep. Yeah, just today I woke up and apparently something, we got smacked for, I think it was the Lincoln Riley. Yeah, something that it was Associated Press, AP UK. They something to do with them. But, all right. Fingers crossed. Yep. Channel stays up and you get monetized. Yep. Thank you. I agree. I like what we're doing. This chat is awesome. Our community, we've built a really nice community. You guys are awesome. Ohio Palm Mom, do you know how long until you get an answer? We do not. If we miss this appeal deadline, which is the 6th, we have to wait 90 days before I think we can even appeal it again or something. Julie Frew, was it on a particular trial? Well, let's see, it was Lake and Riley, right? And what else were we doing? It was Monday. It was last Monday. It was last Monday morning we woke up. So whatever we were streaming, that was Thanksgiving week. So it was the week before that. So I think it was, yeah, I think it was whatever we were, I can't even remember what we were doing 2 weeks ago, to be quite honest. Yeah. All right. That's what I get for answering Jules's. Jules called me, so that obviously bumped out. It obviously bumped out my audio. Sorry, guys. All right. Are we back? Are we good now? Everything cool? Okay, yes, you can hear me now. Okay, good. All right. We're back and we're cooking with gas. All right, guys, so it's 12:42. At I think around 1 o'clock, I'm going to get out and check the feed and actually get everything powered up. And you're going to see, you're going to get a look behind the scenes. This truly is a behind the scenes look at how this all comes to you. You know, it's all, a lot of people think it's all glamorous and glorious, and here it is on the back end. Everything's cool except your phone, yeah. Well, yeah, no, okay, so now I'm on the other phone that heated up. So if I lose you, well, you know what? I'm going to go off when the stream actually starts, when the court actually starts. I'm going to get off stage because I want to truly give a clean stream. I don't want my face to be on it. Ooh, Julia Frew, a document has just filed for Sarah Boone. Okay, it's just been filed. Psychological evaluation, Julie. Interesting. All right. Did she accept the plea? Only fan, you and your pleas. Please with your pleas. Enough of your pleas already. Julie's trying to get the doc now. Julie Frew. Okay. All right. Jam Tomb Aka. Oh, AKA. Did I say Aka last time? AKA. Sorry. Oh, I would love to read her psych eval for real. Capri Law, no pipsqueege. Well, this is the pipsqueege that you're going to get. No, because this is, this is ours. I don't want to, I don't know. What do you guys want? Do you guys want me on screen during her sentencing or not? Let me know. Poke Case Unwinder. Hey, everyone. Unfortunately, I have to leave soon. Okay. Let me know if you want me to stay on screen or if you want it to truly just be a clean stream. Because I know Surviving the Survivor is going to use this stream, and I don't know. Do I want to be on screen? I really struggle with that. We want pipsqueeze. Yes, get on screen. Did you get the songs I wrote? Hope Case Unwinder, you wrote songs? They might nab you. Pipsqueeze generally cracks me up every time. No, if it's double work for you. No, actually, only fan it's not. It's just me. Well, I do want to have lunch, so maybe I'll bounce off for a minute or two. Sharp like tack. You do what you're comfortable with. Whatever will save you from the YouTube police, Krista Limited Edition. Therapist, no, you do not. Please get off now. Josh H. Are you kidding? Sandy Rodriguez, clean screen, but no offense. I don't know. I'm so torn. Clean screen. All right. Clean. I agree. Well, I would be small in the corner, but I think if I introduce this as to YouTube, and this is a unique stream, this truly is a unique stream. Paulette Kelly, listen to your heart. My heart's telling me to have a clean stream, but my head is saying no. YouTube is going to smack us. If others are using it, might be best to do a clean stream. I agree. But then they're going to put their their faces, you know, and over mine, I guess. Do you want a window vac to clean screen? Unbalanced, yes. Whatever you need to keep the channel, we'll support you. Thank you, Gilly Pud. I appreciate that. Clean screen, Josh H. would be just the trial and our logo. And we got smacked by YouTube for doing that. They want to see me on and commenting on it. So we don't want to do that all the time. We don't want to become like every other channel. So we're trying to figure it out. So can you do an overlay on the screen? Then you might be fine. Well, that's what we've been doing, Crystal Pontek. We've been, so it's like whatever, you know, basically what Scott does, what everybody else does, where you see the trial and then you have in the bottom corner is the streamer. And that's what we've been doing all last week. We did that. Pipsqueeze is utilized when it's not your feed. I agree, therapist. You know, I think that should be the dividing line. And I think, to me, that's the algorithms. That's how they figure it out. That, you know, they'll see that it's unique content, meaning you streamed it first. But if it's somebody else's stream, they probably see that you are picking up their stream, so they want you then to be Pipsqueeze. Can it be on a banner sporadically? You know what? We don't want to do banners. You know, I hear what you're saying. I think that's Gilly Pud, but we don't want to go that route. Hey, do we have a feed yet? No.
Well, we won't have a feed for 10, 15 minutes in the early.
Yeah, it's usually like 15 minutes before. That's usually what it was. Yeah.
It's probably like 30 minutes before we see something. They usually don't let you start in until 15 minutes prior to the hearing time.
Yeah.
And sometimes a little later than that.
Which is 1:30,
yes.
Correct? Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we figure around quarter after. That's usually when it kicks in. I remember when it would start at 9, it was like 8:45. They'd kick it in. Yeah.
So, but no, right now we're and I don't even know who the pool is. I don't know. I don't know whose pool camera it is.
Yeah. It was okay. So I said the law and crime. I think it's Court TV.
Court TV.
Because Jules, who was here, she knows that camera guy.
Okay, so it
yeah.
Court TV
So she said it was.
okay.
Yeah. I think Paul. She said his name was. Do you know that? Do you know Paul? Okay.
I'm sorry?
Do you know a guy named Paul from Court TV? Do you know him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I barely know any of them, honestly. I mean, I may know the face. I won't necessarily know the name.
Sure, understood.
So
yeah.
If you're not someone I see on a regular basis, I'm horrible at
that. I know. Do you remember my name?
No.
I forgot yours too.
Lauren.
I thought it was Lauren, Chris. Because I thought
No.
Lauren, because I have a really good friend whose name's Lauren. I'm like, no, I'm confusing that person with that.
Yeah, no, I'm the only Lauren photographer in Atlanta. So.
Yeah.
No, what's fun is if you run into someone named Dave.
Okay.
Because at one point at my shop alone, we had 3 Daves working for us.
Are you familiar with Kids in the Hall?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, they do a skit. They were a Canadian comedy troupe in the 90s. So they did. These are the Daves I know. So anyway, and there was like 27 Daves. Anyway.
But no, at one point we had 3 Daves working for us. Now we're down to none.
Oh, well. What happened to them?
They left.
Attrition.
Basically, one Dave went over to Tampa.
Okay.
Another Dave, his wife got a job offer she couldn't refuse, and they moved to the Carolinas.
Okay.
And another Dave, he was afraid his position was about to be eliminated, so he took a job at Advent Health.
Oh, okay. Well,
so
there you go. Do what you got to do, I guess.
Yeah. So, anyway.
All right. So do you think you'll get pulled up there to run the camera or no? You would know by now, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have not been told any. I'm assuming Court TV will get here and get up there.
I was going to say, it's like 10 till. Yeah.
Yeah. My percent rule of thumb is you're at the courthouse 30 minutes prior so that you can go clear security and get up to the courtroom and get set up.
Yeah, of course.
But it's only 10 till now. I mean, under my minimum rule, under my own minimum guidelines, they're not even due here for another 10.
Yeah.
So
it's cutting it close, though. Don't you think that's cutting it close?
What, 30 minutes out?
No, to show up.
At 30.
Yeah, right at it.
Hearing?
Yeah, no.
You clear security in 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. And if you've done it like 100 times before, you're like, yeah.
I've done it so many times that it's and usually I get up there. Usually, if I'm here at 1 o'clock, I'm outside the courtroom by 1:07.
Yeah. All right. I understand. All right, Lauren. Good talking to you.
Yep.
All right. See you later. Okay. Song Chef. Yes, Kids in the Hall. So that was Lauren. He's a photographer for. It's not Channel 2. It's not 6. I don't think it's the Fox channel either. That's the other photographer. Shoot, I forget what channel he's with. Anyway, he's a photographer. He's done pool camera work too in the same courthouse, and he's also a photographer, video as well as still photography. Green-eyed cat. Hey, how you doing, Green-eyed cat? Yeah, Kids in the Hall. So you remember Kids in the Hall? These are the Daves I know. Song Chef. Oh, Kelly White, I have the first season on DVD. My husband got me into the show 12 years ago. Yeah. I remember watching them when they first came out and just blew me away. And so when he said they had 3 Daves, I don't know if you heard that conversation, but Lauren said they had 3 Daves in the office. And I said, that's when I referenced, these are the Daves I know. He did not know who they were, though. He should. He seems like he's old enough to know who they are. So Lil Miss said, Vicky McCullum just went through the same thing. She's a very small streamer and is back now. I'm sure she'd be willing to help you through the process. So her memberships are back? Trial Junkies United. That is what is so ironic. They want unique, and your channel was unique by not doing what everybody else was doing. Where can we all protest for you? Maybe YouTube needs your fans. Yeah, maybe if we had 1 million subscribers. Oh, Dreading, right? Dreading got demonetized, and they have 500,000 subscribers, I think. So what did they do? So again, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that, Trial Junkies. Objection! I appreciate that, but they're not gonna listen to us. We could have 20 million subscribers and they'll probably, I don't know. Crystal Pontek, I must commend you on your commitment and dedication. Thank you. Josh, what do we do for income? We have a marketing company, and we design websites. We do social media marketing. I'm more of a print person. I do direct mail, brochures, flyers. I also, business cards, any kind of branding, logo design. And then I also do any kind of all the graphics that you see on our channel. I do those. Erin does them as well. She's as equally talented as I am, but she does programming way better than I do. I don't do any programming. I do some WordPress here and there, but I mostly design. Erin does design and programming. So Erin is our IT, and she is also designing, and I'm more strictly just design. So that's where our money comes from, if you will, is our marketing company. Yeah, OnlyFan Dreading has awesome content. Oh, Fly the Concords. Absolutely, Song Chef. Rachel B, I love Dreading. Yeah, we love them too. And I think there's 2 of them, right? They're brothers, and they said, that they pump out so much content because they don't sleep. They're funny. But yeah, they got demonetized, I think, the other day. I think we saw. All right, Crystal Pontak, we as chat can complain on YouTube's Twitter channel. They usually act faster. Do what you have to do then, chat. Go to YouTube's Twitter and say what you got to say. If that will help. I'm not going to say no. If you guys think that will help us, then for sure. Just going to plug in to make sure I have juice here. Yeah, go to YouTube's Twitter and do what you got to do. Dave's Lemonade. Not sure. I've never heard of Dave's Lemonade. That's a new one on me. Rachel B. Oh, hit them up on Twitter. Great idea. Companies definitely respond to tweets. Yeah. All right. So we have 165 people watching. If you guys go over to YouTube's Twitter and say, you know, please, please don't demonetize our channel, because we had, you know, we had some good memberships going. I think we had like 500 members. And Rachel B, I complained about Papa John's on Twitter and they gave me a free cookie pie. All right, so Rachel, if you go complain there about us, what will happen? Crystal Pontac, we have to try everything. I hear you. I hear you. Get some water. You're going to include your brother Elon, Crystal? So Hope Case Unwinder. Hope Case Unwinder. Oh, I noticed the membership thing. I wondered what was up with that. I was able to look at the member stuff the same day, though, so I think it was fine. I got an email telling me. Yeah, we all woke up to emails on Monday before Thanksgiving that our channel had been demonetized. And no, we did nothing wrong other than not being unique enough. All right, I got to figure out something here, guys. Let me see. That's going to be in the sun. All right, here's where we got to do some quick action thinking here. Live view is in the sun. I need to get that out of the sun. But then my phone's going to be in the sun. So let's see what I can do here. Got to protect the equipment at all costs, chat. Protect the equipment. And this is in the sun, so I got to move this. Here we go. All right. All right, this phone is getting really, really hot, you guys, so I'm probably going to shut this phone down. So I may go dark for a moment or two. But this phone is really hot. Put that there. Sorry, guys. I guess I'm going to have to hold this. All right. If I lose you guys, that's because the phone I'm holding right now is really hot. And it may go dead. That's what happened last time. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure, Little Miss. That's a good question. Once we get YouTube memberships back, which memberships would you like us to keep, Patreon or YouTube? It's a good question. Patreon we get to keep 100%. YouTube we have to split. So that might answer your question. You know. Crystal Pontac, may I post your link? Where would you like to post that? And post it on Twitter? Sure. All right, let me see here. See, I've lost the capability of being able to scroll through YouTube. So I got to hold it. This stinks, you guys. Because if I have it up here, it's gonna be, sun's gonna be blasting it. I guess I could maybe do, yeah. Didn't think this one out, but this is flopping on the fly here. Let me try this. Oy. I am so sorry, you guys. I'm trying to sort this out for you. Nope, that's not good. Well, I just won't be able to look at the chat. Flopping on the fly. Yep, that's pretty much it, Kristen. Again, you guys have no idea what goes on the back end. There is so much that goes on. Oh, here, let me show you this. I'll show you what my view is. Let me see if I can figure out how to turn this around. So that's my view right now. There's Channel 2 News. These are all news stations right here. These guys are all news. Well, I don't know if that guy is, but these guys are news. There's a wedding going on over there. You guys can see. Can I zoom in? I don't think I can zoom. Here's the media box, right? So that's my power right there. And then the cord comes into there. So here's my press pass, which Mert has loaned, gracious enough to loan. There's a wedding over there. I don't know if you guys can see them. There's a wedding way over there. And there's the courthouse right there. So that's where Miss Sarah's up there. I'll let you guys look this way for a little while. Oh yeah, this. So I was trying to get this to prop up so I could put my camera up there, but that wasn't working. So that's what that is. Here's the radio that doesn't work. Oh, and the AC, my AC doesn't work. But my car got me here. That's all that matters. All right. Let's see what's going on in chat. Let's see. Oh, it's Florida. Oh, hey, Florida PI Sam. Yeah, we have lots of questions for you. We know you're going to be joining us Wednesday for a recap of Ashley and Sarah. Julie, yes, I'm really busy right now. Oh, we'll miss. Yeah, will we show some members here? No, if we have you go to Patreon only. No, well, the perks will be, oh yeah, you know what? There will be different perks. Yeah, we'll have to sort that out. We'll get that sorted out. Don't worry. So here's my view. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Leah, the empty nester. I'm getting antsy. I know. Who needs a personal assistant? Me? Huh. Yeah. All I need is like a holder. I had this holder right here, but because I had the live view is getting blasted by the sun, and this is more important than me or my phone, because if this goes down, there's no feed. So I got to make sure that that doesn't get overheated. I got to make sure this doesn't get overheated. So who cares about me getting blasted? Yeah, I'm like fully on the sun getting hammered right now. Even though it's like 50 degrees out, it's like, it's hot because the sun is hot. So again, I take one for the team, you guys. Let's see, let me try and see what's going on. I wish I could just put this somewhere that's somewhat interesting to look at and look at the chat. Will trials have commercials on Patreon, Mandy Strong? No. Oops, yeah, sorry. He has a non-profit search and rescue, and he wants to talk about that. I'm not sure what that is. Can you turn your car around so the equipment stays in the shade? No, because it's all one way. Because if you look back this way, this is a one-way street, right? So that's a one-way street, and this is kind of like a little. It's supposed to be like loading and unloading only. So this is supposed to be where you drop off, like literally like 2-3 minute drop off. See right there, it says up there it says no parking. Well, the press thing's in the way, but yeah, there's like a no parking right up here. It says media parking by special courthouse permit only, passenger loading and unloading only. So yeah, you're not supposed to be here unless you're media. So to turn my car around, I could, but see, I've got my wires going through. It would be a pain in the butt. I could do that, but I'm not going to, because that's a lot of effort, and I don't have much time anymore. Right? It's already 8 after, so they're going to be going live pretty soon. So I'm going to. Oh, Mike W. Well, God, we were just talking about you. You've been busy. Yeah, I'm so glad you and your husband are good, are doing well. We were just literally talking about you. We watched the Great British Baking Show, and there was a guy on there named Mike, and he had glasses, and we're like, oh my God, is that Mike W? But yeah, Mike, I'm so glad you're okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to. I gotta go set up soon, so I'm trying to think what's a good place that I can have you guys just kind of hang. Because right now I'm holding on to the phone with my one hand. I got this hand, and then this hand is holding on to this phone. Ms. Holmes, who's in the car? That's me. I'll spin it around. I'm trying to give you guys something interesting to look at. So yeah, Ms. Holmes, that would be me. So I gotta go set up pretty soon, guys. I'm trying to keep my phone out of the sun, because all right, hold on. Yeah, an assistant would be great right now, but that ain't happening. Oh yeah, that's good. You get to see. Fantastic, Chris. All right, I am going to. The live feed's going to kick in around 1/4 after, guys. So I'm going to try and find a somewhat interesting view for you guys to look at. So I'm going to pop this around, and let me see. What can I do? If I have it there, that's not really too exciting to look at. Now you're just seeing my car. Let me try this. See if this is. All right. This guy's setting up. That's kind of cool, right? It's another tech setting up. And if I could just get that to stay like that, life would be good. Or maybe I can jam it in here. Oh, sweet! There you go, on the fly. On the fly. I can move this press pass so you guys can actually see out the window. All right, so there you go. There's some techs, some guys that work for the news channels. I got to take off another layer. It is getting hot in here now. It's actually getting hot. Oh, there's my buddy Ben. Let me go say hi to him. What's up, man? All right, guys, I will be back. I'll be back, guys. Pictures up? All right, cool. Thank you. All right. Pictures up. Hey, Ben, what's up, man? Okay. Now I want to show you guys what I do here. All right, so. All right. So that's turning it on. And then we should get a feed. Let's see if everything goes cool. Loading. And the feed kicked in. All right. Actually, I'll show you. Let me show you this. All right. How you guys doing? No, you're good. All right, so that's the feed from the court, guys. And then we come in here, and we got this, but let's see. All right. Oh, all right. And then we got the feed there. So that's how it works. All right. Best Picture. Now I'm talking to Top Mark Media, letting them know that we're up and running. And hopefully, oops, what's up? Okay. All right, guys, our feed should be kicking in. All right.
Testing 1, 2.
All right, let's see. Are we on YouTube, guys? Do we actually have a feed? There it is. So there you go, guys. You just got a little behind the scenes peek at how it all works. Here, I'm going to show you. I'm going to take you with me for a second here. Check it out. Now that nobody's... All right. It's kind of cleared out a little bit here. So here's this media box I was telling you about, right? And oh, looks like the feed dropped. But anyway, so everybody plugs in here. So let me see how I can sort this out. All right. All right. Feed went down, I know. So the feed went down at the box, you guys. Let me check. Okay, I gotta go check the box. Hold on. feed is off at the box, so we're trying to figure out why. So it's off at the box right now, you guys. So not much we can do until it comes on. So hang in there until the feed kicks in at the box. Not much we can do. I think we're going to take me off screen. I don't want to be on screen because this isn't about me. If we're streaming, if we're using somebody else's stream, then yeah, I'll be a little pipsqueak. But this is our feed, and I don't want to be on it. Yeah, dance for us. There you go. Dance, monkey. Crystal Pontac, yep. So, yeah, I think I want to be off. Here, look at Channel 12 News. No, Channel 2, sorry, not Channel 12. Do I have to get permission of all these people that are going to be in the stream right now? Should I go get permission from her so she can sign a waiver? Society Orlando. There. You guys can look at this. This is Ocean, no, Orange Avenue. It's like one of the main streets. How much do you need? Or...
Thank you so much.
Sure. Sure. Let's see.
Thank you so much.
Sure. You good?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sure. All right. So apparently, guys, Judge Kraynick is still at lunch. That's why there's no feed.
Ma'am, your car is taking the road. Your car is taking down the road. It's blocking the lane.
So, chat. Apparently, Judge Kraynick is still at lunch. So Kraynick is still at lunch. So they haven't unlocked the doors yet, so it's locked. Chat. The courtroom is locked, just so you guys know. Oh, I think we have a feed. All right, we have a feed. Let me see here.
Good afternoon. Go. Have a seat. Thank you.
Calling the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone, 2020 CF 2603, state.
Steve Cacciatore on behalf of the state.
Defense.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table. Ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand, Madam Clerk is going to go ahead and swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ma'am, can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for us?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
We are here for a sentencing. The jury returned a verdict on October 25, finding you, Ms. Boone, guilty of murder in the second degree. We are running a little bit late this afternoon. I apologize for that. I was in court all morning and took the opportunity to review all of your submittals from earlier this morning, Mr. Owens, including the victim or the character statements, the psychological evaluation by Dr. Harper, the motion for downward departure, the motion for new trial, and the state's response to same. Before we proceed with any sentencing in this matter, the court needs to address the defendant's motion for new trial and the state's response to the defendant's motion for new trial. Anything in addition you'd like to argue at this time, Mr. Owens, over and above what is contained in your motion, sir?
No, sir.
State.
No, sir.
All right. After reviewing the motion and the state's response to same, the defendant's motion for a new trial is denied. Based on the court's review of the record, the court's participation in the trial, and the review of all the evidence, and the court's prior findings and rulings at trial and prior thereto. With that, I believe that we're prepared to proceed with sentencing at this time. The court has reviewed the pre-sentencing investigation prepared by the Department of Corrections. Are there any housekeeping matters that we need to address, Mr. J. or Mr. Cacciatore, before we proceed?
Not from the state.
Are there any housekeeping matters from your side of the ledger, sir, that we need to address, Mr. Owens?
Judge, I do have 4 lay witnesses that are going to testify. I've got Dr. Harper here to testify. Of course, my client's going to testify. But one of the 4 lay witnesses wants to appear by Zoom. She lives up in Minnesota. I don't know if that's allowed.
We don't have an objection to that. One of our witnesses will be providing an impact statement would also like to appear on the court's virtual link as well.
Okay, so stipulated. If you need it, just let Anita know, and I can submit. I can have her email it to you right now. The link.
We do have the link. She's waiting to get on, I guess.
Who might it be, sir? Of several people.
It should be Lana Albert.
She is here, sir. She's in the. She's viewing. Her camera's off, and she's microphone is muted, but she's in the lobby.
Okay.
All right. With that, state, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, we would like to take an impact statement from, I believe, Anna Torres, which you will be appearing virtually.
I see several guests but I do not see a Anna Torres in the virtual lobby, sir.
Well, I think while maybe she's having some issue logging on, we have also in-person witnesses.
We can proceed with those first, sir.
Can you call Juan and Laura?
Please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Blanca Torres.
Okay. Ma'am, you can go ahead.
I just want to tell Sarah Boone that I don't hate her for what she did. And I always remember that evening when that lady came into my door and she knocked at the door. And she asked for my name. I said, I tell her my name. And then she said, "Can I come in?" I said, "Okay, yes." And she told me to sit down. I never think that was going to be my son. And then she said my son was dead. Since that day, I can't sleep. It's hard for me to remember that moment. My son is not here no more. She don't only kill my son, she killed a father, a brother, an uncle. It's been hard. I'm a family because all the brothers, they always were together. But now it's like something real. Love is missing. Sometimes when I look out the window, I'm waiting for him to come and say, "Mom, I love you." She was always there. She called me. I missed us, Mommy. The last time that I talked to him was at 12 o'clock in January, New Year. He came to my bed and said, "Mom." He woke me up and I said, "Mom, I love you. Happy New Year." Since that day, I don't see him no more. He was my son. I love him. And I miss him a lot. My family miss him a lot too. But I don't hear her. But you know what? I was blessed. She ain't gonna be blessed like me because I have my son. I raised him. I have his children, my granddaughter, my grandson, and she don't gonna be able to have that. And I did. I raised him. He wasn't perfect, but he was a good son. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. State anything further from this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Thank you. You may call your next victim impact statement.
Victoria Torres.
I do.
Ma'am, could you state and spell your name for the record for us, please?
Victoria Torres. My name is Victoria Torres. George is my brother. Unfortunately, my family has experienced 2 horrifying tragedies. I just want to make it clear that George deserves justice. As far as my other brother and Sarah deserve to rot in jail. Sarah has caused a lifetime of pain, a lifetime of horrible images, a lifetime of hearing my brother George plead for his life. This is just this moment for all of you. For me and my family, it's forever. Such a simple thing as using a suitcase is so triggering. I try not to close it all the way. I leave at least like 2 or 3 inches for the zipper. And it might sound crazy, but it just helps me. She really has flipped my family's life upside down. And I just hope that we can truly get justice for my brother. And I just want to tell the team thank you so much for everything they did. Thank you.
Thank you. State anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
Your Honor, could we see if Ms. Anna Torres has been able to make it online?
Do not see an Anna Torres in the lobby, sir. I have lots of guests, HHSA, Mr. Beck, Lana Albert, Jason Gunn.
Your Honor, is there a cap to the link as to the number of individuals?
Not to my knowledge.
Could we just have just a moment?
Yes. Yes, sir, Mr. Cacciatore.
Your Honor, after speaking with Mr. Owens, given the fact that the victim's daughter is having difficulties with...
Is that her, Anna Victoria Torres?
Yes, sir.
Is that it? Is that who it is? Yeah. All right, ma'am, good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Good afternoon. I can hear you.
Okay. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Anna Victoria Torres, ANAVICTORIA TORRES.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. I understand that you'd like to provide a statement to the court at this time. You may proceed.
Okay. Okay. So I'll be speaking for myself and my two siblings. The murder of our father has impacted us on so many levels and in different ways. I myself, for the first year, would wake up screaming every morning or night, wishing I was having a nightmare, only to wake up to remember all over again that my father is gone and I'll never be able to hear him say he loves me ever again. To know my siblings have been affected in such a way that they are now different. They have had a piece of their heart ripped away from them, all while her son gets to hear his mother's voice and see her alive is pathetic. Because of you, Sarah, my sister is heartbroken. Because of you, Sarah, my brother is left wondering when he will ever see his father again. The loss of my father has left me with chronic depression and anxiety. Seeing any moments of fatherly love or kindness being shown between others in real life or even on TV leaves me in complete shambles. Seeking therapy was a must in order to navigate through my workday without a random breakdown. Thoughts of my father's demise still enter my mind ever so often. I'm left either angry, sad, or sick to my stomach to think of how his final moments were. Jorge Torres, my incredible father. Not only was he my father, but my best friend. My personal comic provided me with wisdom and knowledge, creative and loving dad, an older brother, an uncle, a cousin, a friend, a son, and above all, our father. He was human and deserved to be treated as such. My father, Jorge Torres, was one of a kind, an absolute gem. Unfortunately, his light was dimmed on earth by evilness, but with us, we will forever make his name live on. Especially Sarah, I pray that you see his face when you see him at night. That is it.
Thank you. Anything further, State?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further of this witness?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. State,
Thank you.
Anything further?
No other impact statements, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any other witnesses or evidence at this point in time, State?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Owens, you may proceed, sir.
Ms. Diane Smith. Judge, what do you want me?
I have no issue with her being at the podium. If you want to move about the well to conduct your examination, that's fine, Counselor. Ma'am, come on up. Come on up to this podium right here, ma'am. If you could, raise your right hand. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth? I do.
Ma'am, could you state and spell your name for the record for us, please?
Diane Smith, D-I-A-N-E-S-M-I-T-H.
Okay, thank you very much. Counselor, you may inquire.
And Ms. Smith, tell the court a little bit about you.
I was a chaplain at the 33rd Street Jail for 30 years.
And have you been a chaplain at the jail here in Orange County?
Yes, Orange County Jail
Is it the same
for
jail
30
you're
years.
referring to?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And during that period of time, did you have occasion to meet with Sarah Boone?
I did.
And was it over the course of how long?
I've known her 4 years.
And if you could, tell the court what you'd like to say.
Okay. Well, I first met Sarah. She came in. We have a Christian dorm, and Sarah enrolled in our Christian program. And she was in my classes for a year. And she was very sincere in her efforts to change her life and to be a better person. And I found her very helpful. She was kind and good to people. She loved to serve. And she helped the new girls that would come in, the younger girls. She would mother them and be very kind and very helpful. And then after she graduated from the program, I was her counselor for the other 3 years. And I always found her very sincere and, trying to do better. I spoke with many inmates that knew her and was associated with her. And they spoke very highly of her and said that, she was helpful and kind and tried to help other people. And I just found her to be, very sincere and trying to be a very good person and change and help people.
Was the Bible involved at all?
Oh, yes, it was all spiritual. Yes, it was spiritual growth plus character, growth and character, trying to just be a better person in general. She liked to serve other people, she would help the girls wash their clothes and show them around and teach. But spiritually, she grew very, very great and spiritually.
Thank you.
Hang on, ma'am, just 1 second.
Ma'am?
Hang on just 1 second, Ms. Smith. State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you.
I'd like to call Christina Pena. It's right here.
Yeah, it's fine, Counselor. Thank you. Ma'am, come on up if you can. Raise your right hand. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Ma'am, if you could state and spell your name for the record for us.
Christina Pena, Christina Pena.
All right. You may inquire, sir.
Ms. Pena, how old are you?
31,
And where do you live?
Orlando.
Now, it's my understanding, Ms. Pena, that you were in the county jail with Sarah Boone.
Yes.
How long were y'all in the same cell together?
Yes, I was in there for 4 years, but we were together for 3.
Okay. And I understand ultimately the charges against you were dismissed?
Yeah.
And so you were released on what day?
April 4th this year, I think.
2024?
2023.
2023. So you've been out for a pretty while.
I've been out for like 6 or so months now. Yeah, since April of this year, actually. Sorry.
April of 2024. And you said y'all were bunkmates there together for about 3 years?
Yeah.
I would assume that y'all got to know each other pretty well.
We did.
Okay. And if you could, if you'd like to speak on her behalf to the judge.
Yes. Sarah's one of my best friends, my only.
Take your time.
She's helped me a lot. Spiritually and like growing, and she helps everybody. She's always, I don't know, spirit. She helped me a lot, and she would come to me. She talked to me all the time and pick me up when I was down, or if I didn't know something. She's good. I don't know. She was a good person to me. Mistakes happen. She always helped. She always helped people. She was always helping everybody in the dorm. Even like her artwork, she did art. If anybody needed any help or needed anything, they'd come to her and she'd help them. And even if they, did wrong to her, she would still go back and help them and praise with them and pray over them and everything. It's just.
And was she a little bit older than you?
Yeah.
How much older was she?
40, in her 40s.
Right. Did you think of her as maybe an aunt or a big sister?
Big sister, yeah. She was like a big sister. Like a sister I never had. Because I have brothers, so I never. We clicked right away. I don't know. We'd be walking out in the backyard, and she just would always try and talk to me. But I'm a quiet person, and I don't trust a lot of people. So for me to open up and trust somebody, it's a lot. So.
And obviously, y'all were there under difficult circumstances. Did she assist you in getting through that?
Yes, and she helped me a lot with my case, and I would help her with with hers too. We're both. Justice is not what it is. I don't know how.
Bless you.
We both helped each other out. I don't know.
Ms. Vignon, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any questions, State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you.
Ms. Hill? Judge?
Yes, sir.
After Ms. Hill, I want to take Ms. Albert, please.
Yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Mariela Hill, Mariela, last name Hill, Hill.
Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Ms. Hill, briefly tell us a little bit about yourself.
I met Sarah in jail. I spent 3 months in jail and went through a lot of unfortunate circumstances myself.
All right, now this was in the Orange County Jail here in Orlando?
Orange County Jail.
And when would that have been? Do you recall the dates?
Yes, it was April, from April to June of this year.
Of this year,
2024.
2024.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And did you develop a relationship with Sarah Boone over the course of that 3 months?
Yes. We met when I was moved to the B dorm, and I needed help with a form that I needed to complete, and one of the COs pointed to Sarah to help me out. And since that moment, we became really good friends, and she was so helpful, so kind, so respectful, and loving, not just to me, but to everyone. And I have nothing but good things to say about her character, her loving heart, and how deep her faith is, her faith in God, and believing in justice for everyone. That's what I believe.
State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hill. I appreciate it. Ms. Albert, good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me? This is Judge Kraynick. And if you can, I would ask you to turn on your camera and unmute yourself at this time, please.
Sir, how do I unmute turn on my camera? I know how to unmute, but I'm not sure how to turn the camera on.
Turn the volume down.
So, ma'am,
is that better?
When you join the link, there should have been an option for like a pull down on the left-hand side of the screen for you to open out or turn on a camera. I don't know what device you're appearing on, if it's a cell phone or a laptop.
It is an iPhone. Should I try to re-enter the room?
Yeah, try to do that. There should be an option for you to pick a camera. And you'll either select the default camera, and hopefully we'll be able to see you at that time.
Okay, let me, just give me 1 second.
Sure.
Did that work? Can you see me?
I cannot.
Shoot. Yeah, it's saying default camera. It's saying front camera. I chose it. It didn't show my face or anything like that.
My technological skills are limited. State?
I have no objection to the witness making their statement here telephonically.
Okay, appreciate it. All right, Miss Albert, good afternoon. If you could just state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Certainly. Lana, Lana, Albert, Albert.
Okay. All right, Mr. Owens is going to ask you some questions. And if you could just answer them, ma'am, I would greatly appreciate it. Sir, you can proceed.
Miss Albert, do you have the ability to turn your volume down?
Yes, I just did. I can't hear you very well when I do that, though.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you, but very, very quietly.
How about now?
Yes, I can hear you. Am I okay?
Yeah, you sound a lot better. You were too loud earlier.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
All right, Miss Albert, tell the court a little bit about yourself briefly.
Well, I live in Minnesota. I currently have end-stage renal disease. Before I became disabled, I was a business owner in the Twin Cities here.
All right, and how old are you?
I am 50 years old.
All right, and you're considered disabled?
Yes, I am.
All right. And have you had an occasion since this event to establish a relationship with Sarah Boone?
Yes, I have. We have been friends for the past a little over 11 months.
And how do y'all communicate?
We've communicated a lot of phone calls, lots of tablet back and forth, and a lot of letters as well. I'd say many, many, many hours of time spent with each other.
All right. And do you want to speak on her behalf here today?
I would, please.
All right. Would you please tell the court what you would like for the court to know?
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Your Honor, for the privilege of speaking on behalf of my friend Sarah Boone. I also want to extend my heartfelt condolences to everyone here affected by this terrible tragedy, which has brought us all here and listening in. Many, many articles and videos and opinions of Sarah have gone out in the airways and on the webs. Opinions that have been formed and commented on so much that it's hard not to give into the temptation to treat people like a comic book or a fictional character. In the case of my friend Sarah, the words narcissist, Karen, villain, many other things, they roll off the tongue with little regard to the humanity that is dismissed so flippantly. And under a lot of circumstances, I was one of those people, as I have a love of true crime. And becoming friends with Sarah has shown me that there's a lot more depth to the people I see on the screen. I'd like to share with the world and with the court about the Sarah Boone that I know. Sarah Boone is a kind, honest, and good person. The Sarah Boone I know is one who loves animals, especially the kind who are damaged and defenseless. How many of us would take in and pour love for a hearing impaired and a sight impaired pair of dogs? She has a natural instinct to help reach out and give of herself, her time and energy and love, especially to those who are hurting or damaged. You all have seen her fight for her own life and truth here. I tell you this, she fights even harder for those she loves, giving time, attention, and companionship without a single thought for her own gain or what somebody can do for her. And one huge example is in the matter of our friendship. As I said before, I have end-stage renal disease caused by a genetic illness called polycystic kidney disease. As my life has progressed, things I have taken for granted have been taken away from me. I could not appear in court in person because I can no longer walk, as my dialysis treatments have affected the circulation of my legs and has confined me to a wheelchair. To say that my life has radically changed is an understatement. Through it all, I have many friends and family I love and cherish. Sarah has distinguished herself differently in this way. In the course of getting to know her, I started sharing the progressing state of my health. It was like lightning had struck her. The moment Sarah had learned the depth of my struggles health-wise, she straight up offered strenuously to donate a kidney to me. I got to tell you this. I hope she's not mad for me showing this, but she had no hesitation, no concern over personal risk or personal gain. I want to convey to this, out and around the world, that is merely offering is a good and heroic act. I've had many friends. I've not had one outside of my brother who has offered me a kidney. That is huge. I don't have anything of equal value to give to her. And that's not the actions of a narcissist. She did it as a reflex action, as a good person. After the verdict came in October, we spoke that night. And I hope Sarah doesn't get mad at me again for disclosing this, but out of all the shock and seriousness of what had happened in the court, the thing that made her emotionally break was that she realized she could no longer be a donor to me. I mean, I was sitting there like, hey, you know, it's going to be okay. But she was so broken up, she couldn't help me. That's a friend. She is not, nor does she come up anywhere remotely close to being a narcissist. Now, one more thing before I go. Social media has worked to rip the blindfold off of Lady Justice, to take the sword out of her right hand and start assassinating Sarah's character. However, the scales are the balance. As it says in Psalm 85, mercy and truth are met together. Righteousness and peace have kissed each other. Justice isn't justice without mercy. Our pursuit of righteousness isn't complete and right without peace. Thank you, Your Honor, for the honor of speaking for my friend Sarah Boone. I hope that your justice is mixed with mercy here today. Thank you.
State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up, Mr. Owens?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Albert. I appreciate you.
I'd like to call Dr. Harper.
You want her on the stand, or?
I'm okay with her on the stand.
On the stand?
No, she can be right now. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I want to see Kevin.
Judge, you want her on the podium?
No, she can be at the podium.
Oh, misunderstood.
That's fine. Doctor, good afternoon. If you could please raise your right hand. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
If you could, Doctor, state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Dr. Julie Harper, Julieharper.
All right, thank you. Counsel, you may inquire.
And Dr. Harper, we all know we were here a few weeks back for the trial, and your testimony, so the judge knows quite a bit about your testimony, but if you could, I know that you prepared a report, and we have submitted that to the court, which the court has read, and the state has a copy. And I don't know if you want to refer to that or just speak on your own about Sarah Boone and what you did to assess her, and then any opinions that you want to express.
All right. I think that during trial testimony, I reviewed all of the documents, excuse me, and all of the records that were available. They're documented in my report as well. In addition to the forensic clinical interviews that I conducted, I also have had the opportunity to talk to her brother, Philip Paulson, in the interim since the trial, and I included his information in my report as to her family background.
If you could give the court a synopsis of what your findings are, and what you uncovered maybe from the brother, whatever you think the court needs to hear this relevant material to his decision in this case.
So referring to the summary section of my report, I'll keep it a brief, but I'll outline the highlights that I feel like haven't been conveyed before, which is an understanding of Ms. Boone's early family life, in that she is the middle child of her parents' union, and that her parents did not have a happy marriage. They didn't provide an opportunity to have a good role model as to how to have a partnership together. Ms. Boone was born in close proximity to her youngest brother, 11 months apart, and in my clinical experience and training, I would say that that disrupted her attachment with her mother, some being close in proximity with her younger brother, whose temperament just seemed to suit a relationship with her mother better than her own. So ultimately, Ms. Boone bonded with her father, though he wasn't described by either child as an affectionate person. He was somebody that was there for her at sporting events and more of a primary parent for her in that way. His untimely death by heart attack during her high school years was marked by her brother as a turning point for her in how she was acting at home, her demeanor, her relationship with her mother took a turn for the worse as she was not coping well. She was using substances based on what her brother was saying. And it is my opinion that that early lack of foundational relations with her mom and not feeling very secure, the death of her father, destabilized her. That's a period of your life when you're leaving high school, when you should have formed a very solid foundation to go out in the world, and I don't think that that's what she had at that moment. She bonded easily with Mr. Boone, and you can see that there are elements of that early difficulty with her relationships because she took on a parentified role, in my opinion, during that relationship. And therefore, there's a power imbalance in that she was making decisions and not, again, having an equal relationship. I think that that led her to a sense of being a need to be right, a need to feel like she is the one that's making good decisions, to have some ego support by being in the right all the time with Mr. Boone. And I think that that led to some behaviors that she carried over into her relationship with Mr. Torres, in that she's parentified around him and acting more like a parent-child relationship, being a facilitator of housing and applications for jobs and things like that. So again, there's a power imbalance that I think was very seriously misaligned, as her brother and the property manager of their apartment had verified. They saw her being abused, physically abused in serious ways, or the effects of the abuse in bruising or calls to them. It is my opinion that she called for help, but when people got tired of her not leaving Mr. Torres, they stopped responding to those calls. And basically, Ms. Boone handled things on her own. And as other people with healthier boundaries probably would have left, she, being acting out the pattern of intimate partner violence, did not leave. She stayed long past when it would have been smart for others, or others would have said to leave, sorry. The undergirding of that not leaving the relationship is a long-term anxiety problem that became post-traumatic stress disorder. There is an earlier instance of exposure to traumatic stress in that she was the person in the hospital after her father died who found him having students perform CPR on his dead body. So that was an early exposure to high traumatic stress, witnessing that incident, and based on her brother's description, that was something that changed her. When a person is exposed to numerous compounding stressors, their adrenaline system is changed. It alters your body. And things that might be an otherwise neutral situation, you tend to have a cascading adrenaline response to that. And I think that that ultimately, for her, as she succumbed to other instances of serious physical abuse from her partner, became post-traumatic stress disorder. I do think that that is a condition that is still existent even while she's in jail. It's something that she needs treatment for because those triggers are unmitigated, meaning that she hasn't really had the kind of therapy to address them and reduce her adrenaline and anxiety responses when she thinks of past instances of traumatic events that have happened to her. You can also respond to post-traumatic stress disorder clinically by using antidepressant therapy, and that would be something that could assist her ultimately in reducing symptoms if she had counseling and antidepressant therapy.
Now, Dr. Harper, I know that you had testified at the trial that, in your opinion, she suffered as a battered spouse, the syndrome that is legally recognized in Florida, in the courts of Florida.
That's correct.
And I understand that is tied to this intimate partner violence, which is maybe the same thing, but there's a complex mental health issue that ties into that. Can you speak on the complexity of that whole cycle that one such as Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres were involved in?
Certainly. So intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. It's a pattern of events that occur between two partners in which the power dynamic is altered by the physical abuse or behaviors that are controlling in nature to the point that someone's safety is threatened. It's common for victims of that to have a complex mental health condition, often including depression, anxiety, and substance abuse problems. And what might be substance abuse to cope with the problem, like numbing oneself, will sometimes result in its own diagnosis. The pattern of intimate partner violence, I think we covered in the trial, but just in summary about that, there are phases in which at first bonding of the two partners might be something positive. They've got something in common or have pleasurable time together. And then the secondary phase of that is when there is change in dynamic and some kind of traumatic event occurs, some instance of physical violence. And then there's a third phase in which it's like a honeymoon phase where they're trying to right the relationship. So in phase one, when they're having something pleasurable, the tone shifts. Phase two, there is some kind of incident. And phase three, there's a honeymoon phase. As that pertains to anxiety, I think that a person who suffers from intimate partner violence never stops experiencing that hypervigilance, waiting for the next instance of violence to occur. So even though they may look happy, they might be experiencing something positive, they've not really relaxed because their memory that could or will occur again is still in their mind. So they haven't fully stopped experiencing intimate partner violence. It's just what phase of the process they're in.
Now, and Dr. Harper, it goes into more detail in your report, which I supplied to the court, which is a total of 11 pages, and I believe that's confidential documents.
That's what's been marked. I don't believe it's been filed in the court file. Okay. If it has, that's something if it needs to be, it's something we can address. I have reviewed it. It does reflect confidential privilege information on the first page. I don't believe it's been filed in the court file unless you did it. Okay. It already has been? All right, appreciate it. Okay, excellent. Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Harper, you're aware that the defense has filed a defendant's motion for downward departure.
Yes.
And we've listed several factors under paragraph 3, the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminal nature of her actions and to conform with the requirements of law were substantially impaired, that she requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is not related to substance use or addiction, although you agree that she does suffer from alcohol use disorder.
So she has an underlying mental health disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and I additionally diagnosed her with alcohol use disorder, which is separate.
But you agree she does require specialized treatment for a mental disorder that's not related to the substance abuse or addiction?
That's correct.
And you agree she's amenable for treatment?
Yes.
And you would agree that she acted under extreme duress in this unique homicide case?
Yes.
And you would agree that the uniqueness of the circumstances, the facts and circumstances surrounding the case, that the offense was committed in an unsophisticated manner?
Yes.
And it was isolated?
That's my understanding as well.
Other than she had the charge where both of them were charged at one time, and I think she had the strangulation allegation, the felony case that was ultimately dismissed when both of them were arrested.
She had a prior felony case. Facts are different, of course, than this particular case we're here today.
Dr. Harper, I believe that's all the questions I've got, unless you would like to say if I've missed anything, of course.
No, I think.
Okay, and if not, it's in the report.
Yes.
Any questions?
Yes. May she take the stand so I can be voting?
Yes, that's fine. You may inquire, sir.
In pages 1 and 2 of your report, you go through the sources of your information, correct?
Yes.
And that would include 8 interviews that you had with her from the course of August of 2020 through September of 2024, correct?
There were 9 interviews, but 8 dates of service are listed.
You did the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms Test, or MFAST.
That's right.
Inventory of Legal Knowledge, ILK.
That's right.
Clinician-administered PTSD Scale 5 examination.
Yes.
You consulted with her attorney.
Yes.
Videotaped interviews from this court case number of Sarah Boone, interview part 1 and 2, Abraham Moreno interview, Brandon Motes interview, Brian Boone interview, Juan Torres interview, and Melissa Sexton interview, correct?
Yes.
You reviewed the autopsy photos?
Yes.
You reviewed some of the digital forensic exhibits, including the Apple iPhone XS and a Samsung SMJ 327 T1 photographs from those two devices?
Yes.
You reviewed Bates stamped discovery pages 1 through 413?
That's correct.
The crime scene photos are photos of the scene taken on June 19th of 2020.
Yes.
Aspire Health records?
Yes.
And who do those pertain to?
Aspire Health records are for Sarah Boone.
Florida Hospital Medical Group records?
Yes.
And who do those records pertain to?
That is also for Sarah Boone.
And Aspire, is that a mental health treatment facility?
It has an emergency department record, but that would be the place where she was detained under the Baker Act.
And it is routine and common in the practice of forensic psychology or psychiatry to rely on the records of other such practitioners.
As a source of information, sure.
You reviewed the deposition of Dr. Tanya Warner.
I did.
You reviewed the trial testimony of Sarah Boone, Brian Boone, Dr. Michael Brannon, Dr. Tanya Werner, correct?
Yes.
The jury verdict form dated 10/25/24.
Yes.
Witness list notice of filing amended.
Yes.
On this case. Records of Jorge Torres or George Torres involving case numbers 2019 MM 5114, a 911 call in PDF. Case 2019 MM 7193, case 2019 MM 7193, Torres Public Records, case 2019 MM 7193, Torres Photos, Central Florida Primary Care Records, Advent Health Orlando Medical Records, correct?
Yes.
And those latter records that I just mentioned, those for Mr. Torres and not Ms. Boone, correct?
That's right.
Then you reviewed Sarah Boone written correspondence, Sarah's listing of domestic violence incidents, Sarah's writings regarding missing days of work and Baker Act, and a 74-page life story.
That's right.
And then case 2018 CF 10573, public records and photos.
Yes.
And a telephone interview with Melissa Sexton, the property manager, which you conducted on October 1st, 2024.
Yes.
And a telephonic interview with Philip Paulson, the defendant's brother, on November 26, 2024.
Yes.
Where has Ms. Boone been housed and living since February of 2020?
At the Orange County Jail.
And does the Orange County Jail provide mental health services to inmates?
It does.
And you already testified you would routinely, as a forensic psychologist, review records kept of psychological or psychiatric treatment of a patient or a client, correct?
Yes.
In this particular case, have you reviewed any mental health records generated by the Orange County Jail for Ms. Boone?
No, I have not had the opportunity to do that.
So, for the last 58 months or so, if she was being seen by the mental health treatment staff at the jail, you have not reviewed those records?
That's correct.
And they are overseen at the jail, in the Orange County Jail, by a psychiatrist. Are you aware or not?
If the person's level of mental health intervention deems them eligible for psychiatry, then they will.
And any diagnosis or lack of diagnosis that they have had during the course of the last 58 months, you are unaware of because you did not review the records?
That's right.
I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect examination?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you.
One question. Dr. Harper, I didn't ask you to review those records, did I?
No.
Thank you.
Judge, I believe you said it at the very beginning that I had submitted several letters on behalf of Miss Boone, and she didn't hear that, but I wanted her to be made aware.
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't actually read those letters into the record, but you did read them.
I have reviewed them. They're in my binder here. How many do I have? Yes. Give me a second, I can tell you. I have I have 6 handwritten letters. First one is 1 page. Second one is 2 pages. Third one is 1 page. Fourth one is 2 pages. Fifth one is 2 pages. Sixth one is 2 pages. I have a typed letter from Diane Smith, the assistant chaplain. I have another typed letter from a Nicole Ray, a typed letter from a Stephanie L., typed letter from Philip Paulson, a email from Lana Albert, 2 pages in length, and a 2-page email from a Danielle Parsons.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would like to call Sarah Boone.
You may proceed.
If you could take this.
Yes, please. Ms. Boone, you can be seated. You've been previously sworn. You may inquire, sir.
For the record, just state your name again.
Sarah Boone.
All right. Now, this is unlike a trial, so you're allowed to speak in a narrative form, as well as I understand you have taken some notes or written a letter that you want to read from, and then you want to speak to the court after that.
Yes.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and get started?
This is actually an edited version of.
Hold on a second.
I had a lot to say. I've had a lot of time to think about things, and I didn't really know how to put it on paper, and I didn't know how much I could say or how little I should say. So what I have here is, like I said, an edited version. But I would like to read the more important parts that I feel that everyone should know that wasn't said in my actual trial. And on top of what I have on paper, this is just the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg. So I wanted to read this, and then, if I may, I would like to address everyone in my apology on top of my statement.
You may proceed, ma'am.
Kintu sukuroi is a kind of Japanese ceramic style which means to repair with gold. In this tradition, when a ceramic piece breaks, an artisan will fuse the pieces back together again using liquid gold or gold dust lacquer. So rather than being covered up, the breaks become more obvious and a brilliant new piece of art emerges from the brokenness. It embraces flaws, weakness, and imperfections, and also teaches the essence of resilience. Every crack in a ceramic piece is a part of its history, and each piece becomes more beautiful because it has been broken. This is the wisdom of Kintu sukuroi. In my wisdom, and with all of my repairs, then, now, and ongoing, God is, has been, and will always be my artisan. All of my gold is forgiveness. This has held me together, made me shine brighter, and overcome the damage caused by Jorge Torres, the Torres family, the justice system, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives, infamy, defamation, ongoing constitutional rights violations, second-degree murder, forced into being pro se. Just as gold is very precious, forgiveness is invaluable. Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who, what, or how you've lived through to be so gold, but an act of grace, humility, and considerable self-compassion to be set free from sorrow. Withholding forgiveness denies your brilliance and adds even greater grief and deeper heartache, irreparable cracks on top of the already that no one deserves, no matter the pain or disappointment, untruths or injustice. It doesn't matter. As the more broken you are, even though now different than before, you've become more outstanding and more extraordinary. Above all, when you let go of blame, misunderstandings, excuses, give up your anger and cease from resentment, this is forgiven. And when you forgive, you heal. And when you heal, you move forward. My goal begins with Jorge Torres, and every time he slapped me, kicked, punched, spit on, raped, stabbed, choked, laughed at, pushed, pulled, dragged, whipped, tripped, stole from, lied, terrorized, threatened, humiliated, forced, degraded, made me cry. Every time he tried to end me, defeat, or destroy. I forgive George for beating me senseless, for trying to sleep because I had to go to work or my son's field trip the next day, for ruining my deceased family's heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes, my son's furniture, destroying the television we watched together, for wrecking our townhome by breaking windows, punching holes in the walls and doors, ramming his entire body into glass doors, kicking in my front and back door over and over and over, for breaking or removing the locks from all of the doors and sometimes the knobs altogether, so I had nowhere to feel safe, including the sacred space of my son's room where he beat me bloody on his bed. For terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs by leaving the gate open I built to keep them safe, telling me he hoped I'd find their bloated dead body in the pond or scrape their remains off of the pavement, for kicking them off of the bed and throwing across the room because they were trying to protect me, for threatening to make me unrecognizable to my son by breaking all of the bones in my face, like his brother Moses did to him after he kept seeing all of the bruises from George beating me, like all of the times their father beat their mother, for all of the drunken rages and fist fights with so many neighbors when wandering into their apartments during hunting expeditions after I had escaped, for drowning me in liquor and wine because I didn't want to drink, causing me to urinate on myself, then butting the end of the bottle in my face, giving me 2 black eyes and a bloody nose, for making me experience what it is to be sodomized, threatening to kill my friends and the neighbors when they checked on me to make sure I was alive and in one piece, for threatening to burn down our townhome and set my car on fire because I got a job, for holding me hostage on weekends my son was supposed to come over by keeping my keys around his neck, my phone in his crotch, and a butcher knife stuck in the middle of the table as a warning not to ask anything or try to leave, for stabbing me in the leg and not letting me call 911 for an ambulance or seek help, where I nearly bled to death until I concocted a lie to save him from being arrested, for destroying my phone with a hammer because my son called, for me experiencing ever being arrested and after today, prison, for beating me almost blind, crushing my occipital lobe, for having me experience what it means to see stars, like in the cartoons, where a character has a tall lump on their head. I had that too, and many times, for dragging me downstairs by my hair in the middle of the night just to sit next to him, for taking my car driving drunk with my debit card to buy more alcohol while I slept, even after I kindly explained the importance of my car to take my son to school foremost, me to work, and he to his batterers intervention classes and probation officer meetings, where I would be forced to sit for hours in the parking lot waiting for him, for causing me so much trauma and pain mentally, physically, emotionally. I had to be hospitalized more than once, for destroying my reputation and integrity, for my M for murderer scarlet letter, not letting me feel safe to live, talk to other people, spend time with my son, have a job, friendships, simply go to the bathroom with the door closed, or go to sleep soundly or comfortably. I forgive George for lying, for him trying in so many ways, so many times, to end me with his terrifying love. I also forgive the Torres family, his mother and father foremost, also his 2 ex-wives and daughters, all for knowing who George was, capable of, and has done in the past, his history of violence and where he learned it, then to keep turning a blind eye when I would ask for help. All of his siblings, including Jorge Torres, who is now on his way to prison for stabbing the mother of their baby in the side of her head. For everyone who knew what George was doing to me, sometimes how and when, but allowed and enabled. I forgive them for caring too late. I hope they all ask themselves while quiet and comfortable in bed at night the uneasy question, what could I have done to stop this from happening to both of them? And after all the time Sarah tried to, by asking for help, from all of us and so many times. Another great contributor of my gold is social media, with its greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation, and advantageous gain from my criminal case as a whole, and for sentencing me by anticipation as a result of ignorance and hate, conjured and fabricated by the organized crime that is social media, which condemned me in the court of global public opinion since the beginning. My family law case is the new prey waiting to be picked apart and pillaged from me being made infamous by social media in my criminal case. It simply seems I cannot forgive and be forgiven and move forward. Social media has made me a pariah. It has caused great oppression and undeniable disadvantages, especially by broadcasting and manipulating my cases online. In my criminal case, as a result, my opportunities to be given a fair, proper, and uninfluenced, successful conclusion was heavily depleted and poisoned. I forgive them. Also, all of the media tycoons for not having a life of their own, trying so desperately to make themselves seem so right by making me appear so wrong. Forgiveness for prejudgment, ridiculous theatrics, lies, making and taking blood money from my and others' misfortunes, accidents, and catastrophes. It's all over their hands and their keyboards. And even after all that's been said and done, theorized, hypothesized, scrutinized, and blasphemed in my case, still no one knows me. In the end, I forgive myself for not choosing my life sooner, for not being more brave, vigilant, bolder, and outspoken, stronger, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, for being hopeless, desperate, simple-minded, weak, and inexperienced. I forgive myself for not realizing I was enduring a life of domestic violence and that the vicious cycle of never ends. I had nothing to compare to. I've never been hit by a man ever before in my life. I was raised hitting a woman was wrong and should never happen. No excuse. I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, home, and car. Having 20/20 hindsight, thinking of everything I could have done differently or better to avoid the outcome. I think about this every day since. Also, of all the good days we had together, for him at least, while I was constantly in hyperdrive, high alert, and paranoid, making sure I did everything right all the time. If not, the great possibility I would be ended as George threatened me with so many times before. I forgive myself for falling in love with a monster, and no matter how grotesque he may become, I still loved him, hoped, and forgave. I tried breaking the spell so he wouldn't be a monster anymore. I saw who he was inside. George made me then, now, and always love him for all of his cracks also. We made each other our own brilliant pieces of art from the cracks and repairs. Unfortunately, not all cracks can be. In all of my forgiveness, George is my greatest lesson and will forever be a part of me. I think of him every day and still speak to him when alone on the rec yard. I ask his forgiveness and that he looks for me at the gates of heaven so I can tell him how sorry I am, endlessly, and that I never stopped loving him. In all of it and still. When I first came to jail, I put my mat under my bed and cried all day and all night for months, only falling asleep from being so exhausted with grief. I wrote him letters. I wrote his family and his daughters, apologizing for asking for their forgiveness. But due to fear that my life or sons would be jeopardized, I did not send. I am sorry. I cannot begin to fathom any of their grief and sadness. Please forgive me. Almost everything reminds me of him, seeing my stab wound especially every day especially. It truly reminds me that all I really did live through. George haunts me. He is everywhere. I believe because I do still love him, think of him, and miss his laugh the most. In my heart, I know he is with me and understands that this tragedy was not intentional. I hope everyone can, his family foremost. I didn't mean for this to happen. Please wholeheartedly know that, and always, I would never. Forgive me, George, Forgive me, Torres family. Forgive me, Judge Kraynick. To the entire planet, please forgive me. I graciously and humbly ask for consideration, for forgiveness to be extended instead of judgment, for reconciliation and restoration for all of us to move forward. My apology is profuse and ceaseless. Allow me, please, to brush off the muck, wipe the blood off of my face, and fix the cuts in my skin. I ask for understanding in what really happened and for how long, for second chances, repentance, and redemption, to advocate for all domestic violence survivors, to help them overcome, heal, and still hope, always, to make their voices heard, to confidently walk with all of their scars on the outside and the inside, to help them not ever become a casualty of domestic violence as so many others, to stop the abuse and maltreatment before it's too late. There is always hope, and you can survive. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this: would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year, if it were I who died? How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, and friends have been because they did? I am a survivor. Learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke oppressors, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow. Isaiah 1:17, all-encompassing, protect the abused.
Ms. Boone, is that the end of your written statement?
Yes.
Now, gathering your thoughts, did you want to make an oral statement?
I do.
All right, would you do that now?
Yes, please. My statement, my verbal statement, is primarily to the Torres family, to the judge, to his daughters. I know you all know who I really am, and that I did care for George, and that I do still love George. I know you know that we had very many good days, and I take offense to the statement of being said that this is just for a moment. Right now with me here in the courtroom in front of you all, this is just for a moment. But the moments before that, in order for me to be here, is endless. It's everlasting. The scars that I have on the inside, my outside scars have healed, except for my stab wound. But this has changed me as a person to see things differently and to understand things differently and to not be weak and just try to protect yourself, and forever, regardless of the time that I may receive from today, I forever will have this experience. I forever will have George Torres with me in my heart, in my mind, my body, and my soul. As he and I used to say that we were one soul split into two bodies. This is not just for a moment. It may be for everyone in this courtroom, but when I leave, this is forever. When you all leave, that this is forever. This is forever for everyone here and those who it matters to most. I am one of those who will experience this forever. I'm sorry. Words do not define my shame, and I don't know what else it is that I can say and convey to the Torres family how this happened, the ifs and whys and how really don't matter. It happened, and I'm sorry. Words cannot describe. And I hope that everyone can forgive me, the Torres family most of all, and his daughters, because I know what he meant to them. And I don't think that anybody ever understood what he meant to me and I to him. And I ask for forgiveness.
Ms. Boone, I have just one or two questions, if you don't mind. And you can speak on it if you want or not. But this is a unique case, and one of the reasons it's so unique is that you were in jail for 4.5 years prior to your trial. And I understand that when you were brought up as a child that you did have some spirituality in your family, some church, some religion.
Always.
But I understand that you got away from that. Did you have a chance during the 4.5 years to look back at your spirituality?
Absolutely. You know, everyone supposes that this is one of the worst experiences of my life, and it's actually been one of my greatest. If I were not beaten to death, I was going to work myself to death on the outside, and I never had time to get back into my Bible and to pray and to be with the Lord. And I, being here incarcerated, have had time, of course, to get closer to God, to reacquaint myself to Him and realize what it's all about. This is all temporary, and when I say temporary, I don't mean by being set free in jail or from prison or wherever else. It means being set free and temporary, meaning that you work for something higher, you work for God, that you strive for your crown to be placed upon your head by Jesus Christ by being said, "You have done well, my good and faithful servant." I've always tried to be a good and faithful servant. I was just a servant as opposed to doing all that I can when my family were alive and I was going through everything up to this point. I've become so much more closer to the Lord, and it's made me such a better person, and I hope that I am an example going forward of the Lord's light and can draw many people to me because of it.
Thank you.
Any follow-up, State?
No, I assume that was the final word.
Thank you. She can return back to counsel's table. Anything else from your side of the ledger, Mr. Owens?
No more witnesses, Judge, just arguments.
Okay. Anything else in rebuttal, or just proceed to argument, State?
Just proceed to argument.
Okay. All right. Once Ms. Booth's seated, you can proceed with your argument, either Mr. J or Mr. Cacciatore. You may proceed, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to start my argument by what I anticipate Mr. Owens will bring up in his presentation regarding the plea offer in this case. That she was offered the resolution in this case of 15 years in the Department of Corrections to begin with. I think it's important, though, that the entire circumstance of that plea offer is put forward. And there's something very critical to that. It's not just 15 years in the Department of Corrections. It's 15 years in the Department of Corrections, but it's predicated on something. And the consideration that it's predicated on is the defendant coming to court and accepting responsibility for her actions. For her coming to court and saying, "I am responsible for George Torres's death, and I accept the punishment that comes with it." That consideration was never given in this case. And because that consideration was never given in this case, the offer of 15 years in no way represents what this case is worth, or what George Torres's life is worth. That is an offer predicated on a particular circumstance, a circumstance of a first-time defendant accepting responsibility and giving every benefit of the doubt and coming to court and saying that they are ready to be punished. Those conditions were never met. So then we turn to this case, and we turn to this crime, and we turn to the actions of the defendant of taking the law into her own hands and murdering George Torres. She has never shown remorse for that. She didn't show remorse for that here today. She again painted herself as the victim. She's the victim of Jorge Torres. She recounted the litany of evil deeds and mistreatments that he perpetrated upon her. She's the victim of Jorge Torres' family. She's the victim of the police. She's the victim of social media. It's all about Sarah Boone. Everything's about Sarah Boone and about how she is the victim. And Sarah Boone sentenced every one of Jorge Torres' loved ones to a life sentence. Just like she sentenced Jorge Torres when he was in that suitcase. Jorge Torres lived out his last nightmarish circumstance in that suitcase, begging to be let out for several minutes, which undercuts any argument that this was somehow unsophisticated. There was ample time and opportunity over and over for her to do something different, but she went forward with taking the law into her own hands and ensuring that Jorge Torres was never getting out of there, while she went up to bed and went to sleep for hours on end. She can't say that she was in duress for the same reason. She was in such duress of Jorge Torres that she goes upstairs and goes to sleep for 11 hours. Your Honor, there's been nothing from the testimony of Dr. Harper either that establishes any type of diagnosis that would give this court a basis to downward depart. Dr. Harper has put blinders on to the fact that she has been incarcerated for 58 months. 58 months with the opportunity to receive mental health treatment, and the expert witness is absolutely incurious about what any of those records or diagnosis or anything that would have been there would have said. There is no valid basis for a downward departure in this case. She deserves a life sentence. Thank you.
Mr. Owens, response?
Judge Kraynick, first off, I want to thank you for taking the time to hear our side, hear the witnesses, and review the letters on Sarah Boone's behalf. We've all been here for this trial. We've all been here for other trials. We've all got some age on us. We've all got some life experience on us. And this is a unique case. This was a unique homicide. It was a unique death. And as we all know, a lot of these cases are not black and white. They're shades of gray. And these crimes don't occur in a vacuum. That there's generally a history, especially involving a domestic couple, a history that comes into play that must be explored. And a lot of what Sarah Boone testified to here today probably happened behind closed doors. And we all know that many times we do not know what happens behind closed doors between a man and a woman in their home, unless there is some reason for the neighbors or law enforcement or somebody else to get involved. And that happened in this case. And so gradually over time, as this event occurred, there was an investigation, and it was learned that there was a history of domestic violence involving these two parties. And what we learned was that physically there was violence, and there were photographs to establish that, as were introduced in the trial. And then there was testimony from experts, not only the defense expert, Dr. Harper, that Sarah Boone was the victim, and she was a victim of intimate partner violence, but coupled with the fact that the state's expert testified on the stand at the trial that Sarah Boone was a victim of intimate partner violence, that she suffered from this domestic or this battered spouse syndrome at the hands of Jorge Torres. So there's two sides to it. And in a domestic violence situation like that, 95% of the women get out of that relationship. When violence starts to occur, they've either been raised a certain way, they have a certain self-esteem about themselves where they refuse to put up with it, knowing that it's wrong, knowing that they can do better. But there is a small percentage throughout the country that, for whatever reason, mental health issues, addiction issues, whatever it is, it's complex. Financial reasons, children are involved, whatever. If you do any studying on it, there are circumstances where there is a group of women, predominantly women, it can happen to men, but majority of the time it's a woman that gets caught in this cycle of what we term as intimate partner violence. And court heard the testimony about the cycle that occurs. It's over a period of time and it repeats itself, and you go through these phases. And a lot of times the victim's not a great historian at trying to articulate it. She tried to do it here today. And I think on Sarah Boone's behalf, she is a unique individual. She's got the personality that she's got. I don't know, you heard from Dr. Harper that a lot of that was formulated based on the way her mother did not bond with her, the way that her father was the way that he was, the fact that she lost several relatives at a young age, and the trauma that can result. We heard from Dr. Harper that she did suffer from post-traumatic stress as it relates to that trauma in early childhood, and then again as it relates to the events that occurred between Mr. Torres and her. So it's complicated, Judge. It's complicated. But the jury has spoken. Sarah Boone was entitled under Florida law to present that defense, and she did. That testimony was allowed to be presented. She was allowed to testify. But the jury spoke. And so here we are today with you in a position to decide what is justice for Sarah Boone. And I don't know you that much other than our time together, but from what I know you try to do the right thing. And that's what we're asking the court to do. To have some discernment, to have some understanding of the unique situation that Sarah Boone found herself in. And quite frankly, Judge, this all didn't occur behind closed doors. A lot of this was in the public eye. Mr. Torres had, I believe, 3 criminal cases before the courts of this county in which Sarah Boone was a victim Mr. Torres was the accused. Those cases were dismissed. We know from the history of this domestic violence field that that's normal, that Sarah Boone every time either tried to bond him out or tried to get the case dismissed. At some point, somebody has to stop. Somebody has to say, wait. What's going on here? This keeps repeating. It's going to get worse. Something's going to happen. The system failed, Sarah Boone. I'd ask for you to consider that. The circumstances surrounding that failure and what led us here today. I've asked the court to consider a downward departure. I believe you've gotten a copy of the score sheet.
Not since before trial.
Okay.
Is the score sheet stipulated to?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may approach. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Judge, I was provided that here today, and I believe, I can't remember the total number of months that it involves, but divided by 12, I think it's 20 months. 20.6 is the low end of the guidelines or something about.
It's 246.0 months based on the score sheet.
I did the calculation, but I believe that the low end is 20 years. I'm sorry, 20 years, 20.6 years state prison, I believe is the low end.
20.5. Yes, sir.
And as the court knows, I believe it's on page 3. There are some aggravators that the court can consider in opposing the sentence, and then there are a list of mitigators that the court can consider in downward departing, meaning going lesser than the low end of the guidelines. And in the defendant's motion for downward departure, we mentioned, and I had Dr. Harper testify about 2 or 3 of the grounds, and the court needs to only find one to go below the guidelines. The capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminal nature of her actions and to conform said actions to the requirements of the law were substantially impaired. Judge, I don't have to reiterate the facts and circumstances surrounding this event. You were here, you heard the testimony, you heard the circumstances surrounding what happened and how it happened. I would ask that you consider that as a mitigator. 2D, the defendant requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is not related to substance abuse or addiction and is amenable to treatment. I think it's fair to say here that we know that Sarah suffers from some mental health issues, objective mental health issues that have been opined by Dr. Harper and Dr. Werner. And you heard Dr. Harper testify about the post-traumatic stress disorder that she suffers from as it relates to this event, as it relates to her trauma that occurred in childhood. I think we heard from Dr. Werner. Dr. Werner testified that she suffered from the alcohol abuse disorder, as did Dr. Harper, but Dr. Werner also mentioned that she was not for sure about the anxiety disorder, whether it occurred prior to or because she was in the jail for the 4.5 years. However, she does require specialized treatment for the mental disorder, and she is amenable for treatment. And then third, the defendant acted under extreme duress, I think based on Sarah Boone's mindset as she testified to her today, and then you heard from the experts at the trial that when you get that anxious about what happens, Sarah testified about they would have good days where there would be no drinking or very little drinking, and then there would be other days where there was heavy drinking, and generally when Jorge Torres got highly intoxicated is when potentially things could get violent, and that she was constantly anxious about each day that she was with him. She loved him, obviously being in a cycle like that where you love someone but can't leave them. For whatever reason, Jorge Torres couldn't leave Sarah Boone, and Sarah Boone couldn't leave Jorge Torres, and it was a vicious cycle. But we believe that she qualifies under that it was under extreme duress at the time of this event. And lastly, the defense was committed in an unsophisticated manner, which was an isolated incident. Now, isolated, we know, Judge, that she had one prior event in which both of them were arrested. You heard her testimony that it was during an event. They ended up downstairs next to the washer and dryer, and that she was on the bottom, and she had used her hands to try to get him off, and she had tried to choke him, and there were some marks on him, and she was arrested for felony domestic violence battery, as well as he was arrested. I think a few days later, both of those charges were dismissed against either party. But she has no criminal conviction record. She has never been convicted of a crime other than that event. Now, I think that can be distinguished. So we believe that it was an unsophisticated manner. Obviously, the uniqueness of this event is unsophisticated. Anybody that would calculate that they were going to murder somebody by putting them in a suitcase and let them spend the night, and the next morning not try to dispose of the body, not try to put the suitcase in a car and go dump the body, not try to dispose of the bat, do something. She did nothing. No attempts to tamper with evidence. No attempts after the fact to uncover any conduct whatsoever. No attempts to delete the videos from her phone. Here's my phone. Voluntarily given that information. I think that goes to the unsophisticated manner of unintentional death that occurred. I remember the first time I saw the Suitcase video. And I know people have differing opinions. Tony Henderson, my colleague, had a different opinion when he saw it. But I remember the first time I saw the video, and I heard what she was saying to him. When he was saying, "Hey, Sarah, let me out. I can't breathe," or words to that effect. And the way that she was talking to him, and the statements that she gave to him, in my mind, what has he done to her? What has he done to her? Any loved one you see in a situation like that is going to run and let them out. So my thought was, obviously, they were both drinking. But what has he done to her? And I think it's telling about what she'd endured. So it's not a clear-cut case, Judge. It's not black and white. There is some gray. And it's up to you to decide what's appropriate based on the court's, based on the jury's decision. But I would ask you to temper whatever justice that you think is appropriate with some mercy. And consider the fact that the state was willing to offer 15 years on a manslaughter as a lesser included offense based on the facts and circumstances that they were aware of prior to this trial. Thank you.
Thank you. Any rebuttal by the state?
No.
Okay. The court has had the opportunity to review the evidence and testimony that was presented at trial. The victim impact statements presented here today, the statements of character witnesses, both orally and in writing, Dr. Harper's report and testimony, the defendant's testimony, pre-sentencing investigation, the arguments of the state and the arguments of the defense. Court pronounces sentence as follows. Ms. Boone, court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections with credit time served that Madam Clerk will provide to you momentarily. There are also court costs and costs of prosecution, which Madam Clerk will give you the totals of momentarily. Due to the court levying a life sentence, the court is inclined to liquidate those to a civil judgment unless I hear opposition from the state.
No opposition, Your Honor.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you could please give us the credit time served and the court costs, please.
4 years, 9 months, and 8 days, and the court costs are $418, a state prosecution fee of $100, a dirt fee of $50, and a PD. Oh, excuse me, you're not supervised.
I'm right.
So the total would be come up to $618.
All right, ma'am, the court costs and costs of prosecution are $618. Those will be liquidated to a civil judgment. You will be given credit time served of 4 years, 9 months, and 8 days. You will have 30 days from today to appeal the judgment and sentence in writing. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to you. I'm going to have the courtroom deputy provide you the paperwork. Because you've been incarcerated for the last 58 some odd months, the court is going to declare that you are indigent in this matter. I cannot appoint the public defender to represent you as they are conflicted out. Similarly, I cannot appoint the regional conflict counsel to represent you for the same reasons. The clerk will appoint an attorney from the conflict wheel who specializes in appellate litigation. And again, you'll have 30 days from today to appeal that judgment and sentence in writing. Do you have any questions for me? You will now be remanded into the custody of the Orange County Jail to transfer you to the Department of Corrections, and I wish you the best of luck. State, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, anything further?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you all very much. Court's off the record.
Thank you. I'll mail it to you. I'll mail it to you.
You might be right. It's not that one.
Okay.
It's not the same one.
You know if they got over here?
She's on over there.
Okay. Can you just give me a heads up when they get her here?
Yeah, I got you.
I gotta go down and see her real quick.
All right.
Start.
I just didn't know, sometimes they do really can't. They're doing the job right now. Yes. Do you mind sitting?
They're going to get me to sign a copy before she leaves. She's all right. Oh, is that it? Can I see if she... Is this it? Unicorn?
No. No. That's the other one.
That's the wrong one. Just hold on. All you got to do is sign. I'll help you do it.
He did not say when he would get it.
There's a special contingency form for the appeal. She's got to sign. This is the one for the court to begin the appeal. Is this the one for Matt Cork? Is this the one for the appeal?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. She's signing it now for you.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, we'll file it, and then he already ordered to appoint another attorney. So.
Okay.
I can give you the copy
Print one out just in case.
Yeah, is this what you emailed me?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the order probation.
Yes,
Yes, I do.
I mean, if her trial can't go, then she may come back and do them because I understand like she has 2 traps.
Hopefully only print
Traps is like so long as they're not not to be ready to do it at the end. We have to
I want the person name. The person name. What about Gary?
That's very collateral.
Can you bring him up?
Yeah, we had some new stuff because we had so we had twice.
Okay, so he hasn't signed it. I'll give you this.
Jared out here,
But the only difference between this one and the one that I was yes.
Ernest Garrett.
And the only difference is going to be, I think, that the original.
Yes. That's what they said. That's what he told me. Been telling them since last week he fled. He said. So yeah.
With the state attorney's office might have the state attorney
come out. Okay. Well, this prosecutor, well, Jay rarely talks to us unless he has no other choice.
Yeah, he was pretty silent the last time.
No, he that's not surprising.
Yeah, but I have my set of questions ready in my head.
Okay.
I'm
I don't think we're live yet. Okay, that's fine.
As long as they can.
Trial TV Live.
Oh, hey, Peter.
Sure, hey, how you
Wait,
doing?
wait. How's it going? Nice to meet you
Really
too.
good to meet
Yeah.
you.
Big fan of yours.
I appreciate it. I
Yeah.
appreciate it. What's your channel called?
Trial TV Live.
Trial TV Live. I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, please do.
I will subscribe.
Please do. Appreciate it.
For sure. It was really good to meet you.
Yeah, nice meeting you too.
Good to see you too. Jules.
Same here, Peter, and thank you for doing that. Absolutely. I appreciate you. Are you happy now?
I am. Thank you. So we're live. If you want to say anything, you want to recap now, or not recap, but
no.
just wait.
I'll tell you what. I didn't think this was going to go as late as it did.
Well, it started
I
really
know.
I know. I have a 3.5-hour drive. Do it before it got dark.
Of course. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
I would say that I saw this sentence coming,
Okay.
but I have questions for Mr. Owens, and he promised that he would answer my questions. But he said he's only limited. There's only certain things he could talk about that Sarah only gave him permission to talk about.
Okay.
The sooner he gets out here, the sooner.
Yep.
And Stephanie, I'm going to assume you asked the family.
Yes, I did. They said not at this time. Obviously,
Okay.
it's a really emotional.
So family's not talking right now.
Not right.
Okay.
And
That's understandable.
I asked Will J. He said that goes through the PIO. I called the PIO and they're working on, I guess, potentially. The last time after the verdict, the attorney had come out right here and we interviewed. So
I can even say very much at all.
Yeah, they won't put tripods here. They don't allow tripods up here. Nope, that's what got us in trouble the last time, is that no tripods in this area. It's off the shoulder.
So yeah, we're live. We're just.
Oh, I didn't know you
Yeah. Should I be?
Should
I be catching this?
Yeah, no
Were you
tripods
live?
up here.
Were you
They-
live when,
that got us in
I'm pretty
trouble
sure.
no, when I
ago.
introduced you to Peter?
I think so. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
Come
no,
on.
we did,
I
when we
think
did the
so.
tripod thing right up
Oh, wait,
here,
I think we
even
got it,
outside
yes.
of this overhang, we got, they came over.
Yep,
and
we got it.
us.
You did?
Yeah. Thank you.
Because I kept telling him, I have somebody that here comes another tripod.
No, there's no tripods under. Yeah. No tripods under here. Yeah. Know why he brought?
See, this is the part I don't like because the last time everybody crowded him and
Yep.
you couldn't hear him. You
Yeah.
couldn't get the questions in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we tried doing it where we actually had a
Individual.
had a mic stand,
Yeah.
and with where we could have plenty of room and stuff, but we got in trouble about that.
Who? From who?
The court did not want us using tripods or mic stands up here.
I get
We'd
the
have to-
I get the tripods.
We'd have to go down. We'd have to go down to the bottom of the steps.
So he's willing to do that.
Can't set it up now. Too late.
I know. He's willing to do that. He asked me, where do you want me to meet
So
you?
if we didn't get out here, if we want to lead him out to the bottom of the steps, it's fine.
But then what?
Yeah, we don't
Yeah,
have
we don't have a mic.
mic
We don't
stand
have a
set up.
Poor mic. Yeah.
Oh, I was supposed to call RA. Oh, what an idiot I am.
So
Yep. That's him. Good. How are you?
Life sentence for Sarah Boone.
Very dissatisfied, very unhappy about that result based on the testimony that came out from the two experts as well as Sarah's testimony about the abuse that she suffered. Obviously, I don't believe she was lying about that. I think we had a history of it with photographs, with arrests that were made. We had two experts, not only the defense expert, but also the state's expert saying that she suffered from intimate partner violence. I think that is at least a minimum, a mitigator in something like this. I understand the jury's decision. We respect the jury's decision. But the testimony, the photographs, the evidence was clear that she was abused. And no, I'm not happy with a life sentence.
Sarah Boone didn't have much of a reaction as far as what we could see inside the courtroom after learning she had a life sentence. How did you talk to her after? How is she feeling?
Well, she did say something to me to the effect that, can you believe it? I got life. And I said, no. So, I think she was poker faced. I think maybe that's what you're referring to, but I think she was not expecting life. Neither was I.
Mr. Owens, Jules with Top Mark Media. Can you tell me, did you prepare her for what might happen today? Was she prepared for this?
Yes, she was. We talked about the minimums. We talked about the maximums. She was aware. The court had told her, what the minimums and maximum were before trial. So she knew what they were. She understood the judge had the power to downward depart and give lesser than the low end of the guidelines. He did not do that. So, that was his decision. He's the judge. He's the trial judge. He ultimately had to make the call. The jury made their call. It was the judge's time to pass sentence, and that's what he gave. I respect Judge Kraynick. I like him a lot. I disagree with that sentence.
Can you talk about the next steps for Sarah?
Well, she's got 30 days to file an appeal. Usually, these appeals are handled by the public defender's office, who has maybe 3 or 4 lawyers within the office, and that's all they do is appeals. But in this case, Judge Kraynick has said, I've already found that there's a conflict with the public defender's office. I've already found that there's a conflict with the alternative public defender's office called Regional Conflict Counsel. So there must be a list of appellate lawyers that do appellate criminal work in the private bar. And the clerk will pick whoever is next on the list will be her lawyer.
And again, you won't be representing her any longer.
No, never say never. If the case gets reversed on appeal and she's entitled to another trial, I'm not going to say I'll never represent her a second time, but I'm definitely not doing the appeal. And we'll see. I do believe there are 3 or 4 good appellate issues. We'll see what the appellate courts say. That usually takes, I think, about 1.5 to 2 years for them to come back. So she'll be with the Department of Corrections, wherever they send her, for the next couple of years.
And I apologize for this, but my camera glitched as we were starting. Your reaction to the verdict?
Well, disappointed with that. I thought because she did suffer from battered spouse syndrome, and that was elicited from the state's expert as well as the defense expert, as well as the testimony from Sarah Boone, as well as the photographs and the evidence, the arrest of Mr. Torres prior, that she was the victim of battered spouse. I thought the court should consider that. It was within his discretion to give her life. I just strongly disagree with that result.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Owens.
If you believe that Sarah was more apologetic in her statements today, the judge may have given her a lighter sentence.
No.
Sarah seemed very upbeat when she walked in. Was that truly how she felt, or was that like a stiff upper lip kind of thing?
Sarah, you can imagine somebody being in jail for 4.5 years. Their self-esteem, they're at the bottom. Okay. And she's a fighter, as we all know. When she's backed into a corner, it's just her personality that comes out. She doesn't give up. She doesn't just say whatever. And it was her chance to say what she really believed based on her experience. And like I said, nobody knows what goes on behind closed doors. We saw videotapes of her berating Mr. Torres, and it appeared, the state argued in the case in chief that it was a mutual abusive relationship. We can only go with what we know and what's presented as evidence. Nobody knows the details and the extent of what went on. We heard Sarah try to explain it. I believe she was trying to explain it. Did she harm herself maybe by some of the things she said as it relates to Mr. Torres or his family? Maybe.
I was just going to ask you about that. Did you have an opportunity to go over Sarah's statement that she was going to make in court today, or she did this completely on her own?
Well, she had written that statement several days ago, but I was not able to get back down here. The holidays and some other things that went on until last night. So I had a chance to talk to her about that statement earlier, right before court. I'm torn between being a lawyer and being a human being. I mean, she's facing life in prison. It's your chance to speak. I don't like to take away everything, but I did have her delete a bunch.
She did say it was edited.
It was.
Okay.
At my suggestion, but to some degree, she truly believes that she's a victim. And, to this country, I'm sure, there have been other victims of domestic violence that have been battered women that have gone to prison. There have been a few cases where they've been acquitted based on the testimony, but it's a case-by-case basis. It is a difficult syndrome to explain. It's a difficult syndrome to understand because most women leave. The first time some guy pushes, strikes, hits, whatever the case may be, they won't stand for it. But there is a small percentage of women that put up with the abuse.
What's next for you now, Mr. Owens?
I'm going home.
So am I.
Yes, driving home.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Scott, is there any last questions you have? Do you have any questions for him?
Okay. Well, that's Sarah Boone. I think this was a horrible accident that happened. I don't think she intended to kill him, but the state didn't have to prove that she intended to kill him. I do think she loved him, but it was a highly toxic, dysfunctional love affair that they should have never been together because of just the way he was and the way she was and how it ultimately ended up. Obviously, if you could go back in time, you'd want to change things. I think, they probably tried to break up 2 or 3 times. I think he moved in with his parents, then he would come back over. So it was one of those relationships. We've all seen him. We've had family or friends, maybe not this dysfunctional, but relationships where it's not working out, but they can't seem to let go.
The statement she made in the court with his family in there, knowing that he was no longer alive, from a family there, I heard her say that she forgave them for not stopping the abuse. Is that something that you advised her on in that statement?
Well, that's something that she came up with and she wanted to say. And again, she's facing life in prison. I believe she was a victim of domestic violence based on everything that I've looked at in this case. So I know that she was a victim. Now, whether she was justified in somehow this happening, of course not. But
didn't that strike you as you've been an attorney? Did that not strike you as odd or not a good situation to be blaming the victim, the dead victim's family for? I don't know that she was blaming. I think she was saying she forgave him. She felt like they should have intervened. I know that sometimes you'll have interventions where family members will intervene in a situation where it's so toxic or it's potentially violent. The history of the person. I don't know. That's what she wanted to say. I believe she believed in her heart of hearts that she was a victim and maybe they should have done something sooner. Maybe it is, to some degree, just Sarah Boone not wanting to accept the responsibility that she knew all along that she should have gotten out of the relationship. She just didn't have the courage to get out of it. So she's wanting to say to other people, maybe y'all should have stepped in and helped me some more because I was too weak or not strong enough or not independent enough to let go. What did she say after she was given the life sentence?
I think she was, she didn't say much other than, "Can you believe he gave me life?" Or "Can you believe I got life?" And I said, that's all she said. And then we started talking about the appeal, and we started talking that she wants to talk to me tomorrow. I think I'm going to Zoom in or something at the jail and speak to her tomorrow about everything. So, up there after that, you can't really talk to the client that much. And the only thing you can do is go down to the very bottom and talk to her. So I just told her I'd talk to her tomorrow. So we were talking about that, and then she had to fill out a form, an indigency form for appeal. She wants me to file an appeal, and I'll do that within 30 days, and then the court will appoint an appellate lawyer.
Does she have grounds for an appeal?
I believe she's got 4 or 5 issues. I'm not an appellate lawyer. I'm not a great, legal scholar or legal mind, but I know that I had a case years ago that I felt like there was some mistakes, and I know that I made sure we filed the appeal, and it was reversed on appeal. So I know it happens, and it was just my gut instinct that there were some things that were done. The appellate courts have a lot of power. They can find just one thing as being so egregious that it affects the entire trial and she didn't get a fair trial, or they can maybe find 4 or 5 things and they say the cumulative effect maybe.
Didn't the judge say, though, that there was no mistrial?
Yeah, and that's his opinion. But all the cases that have been reversed on appeal and had to go back and try it, the trial judges did the best they could and felt like there was no mistakes made.
So she's going to try and get another trial?
Well, yeah, if when you file an appeal and you claim that there was errors made either by the judge or by the prosecutor or whatever the case may be, and the appellate court agrees and says we're going to send this back to the trial court, we're going to set aside the verdict, and it'll have to be tried again or resolved some way. At that point, it's back to square one for negotiations with the state attorney. But of course, that's her hope, that she wins an appeal. Nobody wants to do life in prison.
Who will pay for all of this?
The state of Florida. The state.
Taxpayer?
The taxpayer, ultimately. As in any
So
case.
taxpayers have to pay for it.
Yeah, I didn't charge anything to represent her, and all the costs and expenses that I'm not asking for reimbursement. So I agreed to take the case. Ms. Boone understood that, the court understood that I wasn't going to be asking for any attorney's fees or any costs.
Why did you take the case?
Well, that's a long story. I've explained that before, but it was, if you remember, she went through about 7 or 8 lawyers, and finally the judge had deemed that she had forfeited her right to a trial or right to representation. And so I think after that, of course, I'm a YouTube fan, so I was watching it on YouTube, and I saw a couple of hearings after that where she was representing herself, and I can remember her saying something like, "Judge, this is not fair, I can't do this." So at that point, the court had ruled she'd forfeited her right to a lawyer, she couldn't represent herself. I didn't think somebody could get a fair trial for murder without a lawyer, so I came up here and talked to her and agreed to take the case.
And now she'll get another.
She'll get another appellate lawyer. She'll have an appellate lawyer that will, of course, everything will be typed up. Everything that was said, that's why it's so important to record everything. Everything will be typed up. And there will be a transcript, and that appellate lawyer will have to go through everything from the very beginning of the case.
But are you done at this point?
I'm done, other than I've got to file a notice of appeal. So I've got to do that. So I'm out of the case at this point.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right.
That's it.
That's it. No, they didn't want to talk. Yeah, they took off and they didn't want to talk. Yeah. Same with Jay and Cacciatore. They didn't want to talk either.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sure.
I need my stuff out of your car so I could go to the 4th floor.
Okay.
And get my car. You better take my address in case we get lost.
Oh,
because I'm
yeah.
going to be lead-footing it.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, I agree. I got to figure out when to end the stream. Let's see. Am I even live still? I don't even know if I'm live anymore. Am I still live?
Aaron said we're still live.
Oh, okay, good.
No, it's not good for me. I said stuff I shouldn't be saying.
All right, I'm going to end it. All right, guys, it's open.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not? Oh, I locked it. All right, guys, so that's it from the courthouse and Sarah Boone, sentenced to life. Try it now. Yeah. So Jules and I are going to be taking off. We're going to try and do a recap later tonight. And thank you all for watching. We got a lot to break down here. We got a good 3-hour drive. So we will see you later. Thank you for joining us. We love you guys. And watch for our recap later tonight. We'll be at Ashley Benefield's tomorrow. Yeah, he'll be, yeah. So, oh, anyway, we got to get going. We'll see you guys later. Bye.